I'd like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to have Nancy Doyle come forward. You can just stand right there, right in the middle, so you can, you know, right where we all can see you. Yeah. Nancy, back many years ago, I started in this department, and there was a very vivacious, intelligent, active woman who really knew her stuff in the planning department. And she worked in the office there for many years. 15, that was long before me. For 15 years. And I was really heartbroken when she retired. But that heartbreak was soon lessened greatly when we found out that she was being appointed to the planning board. And for the last 6 years, I think, 7 years, she has been a real true member, a real friend, and a real asset. And we're really going to miss you. And I hope I still get the advice from you that I've always gotten in the last 6 years. Only have to do it by phone now. Okay. You know where to find me. Yeah, there's no charge. And I'll always consider you a true friend and a real colleague that I really enjoyed working with. So with that, I've got a little plaque to give you for the appreciation for your time on the board, and I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, and I've enjoyed the experience has been invaluable, and I'm going to miss you all. But if you have any questions, you've all got my telephone.
Me too.
Take care, Nancy. And she still has to give me strokes when we play golf.
Enjoy your meeting.
She's on it. Those are the fun parts of planning. The people that we work with. And so we just want to move forward now. The first hearing is a public information meeting for Leominster Development Corporation, 100 Main Street, Leominster, Mass. Site plan for proposed townhouses for Rockwell Village on Adams Street.
Thank you. My name is Gene Kaposhin. I'm the president of the Leominster Development Corporation. But let me stop and give you a little bit of background about Leominster Development Corporation so you know who you're dealing with and what our intentions are. About 9 years ago, I guess it is, 1995, the Leominster Housing Authority decided that in order to take advantage of a number of the state housing programs that were available for affordable housing, we needed to move in a different direction, and we formed a non-profit organization known as the Leominster Development Corporation. Our first development was to take advantage of funds that were available at the state level, and we purchased homes in some neighborhoods that were having problems and some homes that were abandoned, and we rehabbed three-family homes in Leominster, one of which some of you may know was the home across the street from St. Cecilia's that was once a storefront and kind of burned out building. We rehabbed that. We did one at 54 Pleasant Street on the corner of Pleasant and Boyle Place, and then at 73 Adams Street, another three-family that was abandoned. The Leominster Development Corporation hired the Leominster Housing Authority to manage their property, so we have been able to sort of keep it in-house, if you will, and been able to, again, take advantage of a good management team, some group of folks who have been dedicated to keeping affordable housing in Leominster on the best possible footing. An opportunity came forward a short time ago, I guess about a year ago, to purchase a piece of property on Adams Street, and we did so. It is a piece of property that up to this time has been essentially a parking lot. For those of you who might have had an opportunity to go by it, it is across the street from the building that's sometimes known as the old Tom McCann building, closer to the corner of Adams and Cotton Street. We have a couple of things in mind, and that is always to provide good, solid, affordable housing, and this will be a mix of incomes, not a low income, not exclusively a low income, but a mix of incomes. And we also have a goal of trying to improve neighborhoods as we go through as well. And we think that this site has the opportunity to do both. They'll work with the community in terms of providing affordable housing on a permanent basis, provide places here. We'll be able to provide incomes that will reach not only the lower incomes, but folks who are perhaps policemen, firemen, teachers, so that those folks can afford to live in town. And I suppose I don't need to tell any of you the cost of buying a home today in Leominster, because you see it on a daily basis, as not only from a personal basis, but here on the board. So we're trying to at least address in part those issues to be able to have permanently affordable housing. I have to tell you that it's not an easy task for us to be able to build in today's environment and still keep it affordable. It is something in which we have to pull from 4 or 5 different programs at once. We have to use private financing. It's an expensive proposition, and it's a very time-consuming proposition to pull all of these forces together and then be able to put together a package that we can still build an excellent product and keep it affordable. Our initial projections are to be able to have rents that will range from $600 to $1,100, in that range, and to build a new townhouse of close to 1,500 square feet and keep it at $600, $700 for a starting is not an easy task. So we look for your cooperation, and we have a team I'll introduce you to and try to present from a technical standpoint. I can also tell you that we have met with and were approved recently with the Conservation Commission, who seem to be quite pleased with what we presented. We've met all of their requirements. This site is in part in the 100-year floodplain, so that we made accommodations to meet those issues. We are going to be moving on and looking at the Board of Appeals for a density relief, and we will also meet with City Council, so this will go through before we get there. The other issue that you're going to hear about tonight, or you may have heard about and has been on the table, is the sewer moratorium in that area. And perhaps Andy will be able to tell as much as anyone else, but from at this point, it is our understanding that this particular project was a key piece for the city of Leominster to obtain a grant from the state. An affordable housing component had to be part of that, and so the city was pretty pleased that we were right at the right time at the right place. So we've been, I think, key in that piece. We don't have the sewer moratorium lifted, although we anticipate that that will happen long before this gets started, and certainly long before we get completed. So we know that we won't be able to occupy these units until that moratorium is lifted, but I think that from all indications, the work that the mayor has done, the work that Andy has done, and Roger at DPW, I think that we're moving in that direction. With us tonight, we have a number of consultants who have helped us put this together. From Whitman and Bigham, we have Ron Pine and Wes Fliss, Andy Rojas from the Rojas Group is our architect. Rick Lefferts from Commonweal Collaborative has assisted us in doing some of the financing and packaging some of the state applications. And for my office, I also have Kathy Fournier, who's assisted us in bringing this together. So with that, I think that if Andy, you want to give us an overall view of how the proposed project is going to go together?
Thank you very much. This small site plan shows the layout of the units, which I'm sure you have in front of you in a technical document. And it also shows the proposed landscaping. Each box has 2 units in it, and they're side-by-side townhouses. It includes 18 units. 1 unit is a handicapped accessible unit, designed specifically so, including parking spaces and all the incumbent amenities. There's open space provided around the units. Each unit has a deck in the back, a bulkhead allowing basement access, and you'll see that the units are 2-story units. So in this front facade, that is 1 unit, and this is the rear of that 1 unit. So this is one of those small boxes. Here you have the plan. The plan, they're on 2 stories. There's 3 bedrooms that are about 1,300 net square feet. There's 2 bedrooms that are 1,165 net square feet, and then the handicapped 2-bedroom, which is about 1,020 square feet. There's 27 parking spaces as required, and several of those, I think 4 of them, are handicap accessible. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the specific unit layouts or the landscape architecture or architectural components of the project. Thank you. Ron, I don't know if you'd like to...
I'll let Wes go ahead.
Let me move that for you.
As Gene had said before, this site is in the floodplain. Floodplain actually varies from 404 to 403 and actually to 402 in the upper part of the project. To compensate for that, we do propose a retention basin slash storage area to compensate for the lost area, lost volume.
Can you use the mic, please?
As I was saying, this retention basin acts as two things here. One would be obviously to handle the stormwater that comes off the site, and the second to compensate for the floodplain volume that we're really losing from the regrading of the site to handle for the buildings. The way the drainage is handled is that sheet flows off the site from the majority of this parking area, and this area here, and the rest of the access drives into 2 catch basins, 1 at each entrance, which will dump into that retention basin. The sewer is tied into a manhole roughly in this area, and like I said, you can probably see it on the plans that you have in front of you. The technical drawings, they actually have roughly 5 to 6 sheets there that show the different layouts of the sewer and the drainage and the water. That connects to a manhole here that collects the 3 buildings. The 3 buildings are actually piped to 1 central collector pipe out of each building and into that manhole. That manhole will collect into the sewer, the existing sewer within Adam Street. The water also does connect right into the existing water within Adam Street. As Gene had said before, there is a sewer moratorium out here that we obviously worked out with the city before any of the construction occurs out here, or at least any of the occupancy occurs out here. That's basically the rundown of any of the utilities or any of the civil part of the job.
Tell us about the drainage.
Like I said, there's just 1 retention basin on the site. The majority of it sheet flows right into the retention basin in the parking lot, and there's just 2 catch basins at the entrances that dump into that retention basin. And obviously, since it is in the floodplain, it handles anything below the 100-year storm.
Will any drainage go into the roadway?
There is no drainage in Adam Street currently, so there's no way we can tie into any drainage in that area. So it's a retention basin for anything below a 100-year storm.
And one other question for you, the configuration of the dumpster, could you explain how a truck is going to be able to get to that?
If you see on this layout here, it's a 1-way around, so what we typically, you pull in and then back into that dumpster pad. The dumpster trucks are obviously slightly bigger than a car turning radius, but it's not a large turning radius, so shouldn't have too much difficulty getting into that dumpster pad.
So they'll have enough radius to turn and back in there.
If you see where the dumpster is located, it's actually located pretty close to the end of that pavement area. So they really don't have to back up too much further into
I
the
had was why do you make the traffic flow clockwise? But most people are used to going counterclockwise, except in the Leominster City Hall parking lot. When you come to Leominster City Hall, you have to remember, keep left.
Probably it was my fault from coming to the city hall so often.
If you go to McDonald's, you're going to be confused.
Yeah.
There's no,
If it's the preference of the board, we can go the other way, obviously.
If you went the other way, it would be more convenient for the handicapped.
And for the dumpster, because he'll be able to back in from
The other, yeah.
the other area.
Because if you leave it the way it is, the handicap is going to have to back out into the driveway where someone may be pulling in there.
Okay.
makes no difference.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Good point.
Snow storage, are we showing snow storage anywhere?
Actually, it doesn't show on the site plan, but it came up in the conservation meeting.
It became one of the conditions of the Conservation Commission, and the first snow storage is going to be in the retention basin, and in the two areas, you know, the two gaps. They had a condition that we agreed to that we would not go 8 foot above grade, so with snow, and anything above 8 foot would have to be trucked up.
Grade being 402, not the bottom of the retention basin?
Grade being the, 402, yes.
That has to also be noted on our plans.
Right.
Snow storage, right?
Right. The snow storage is usually taken care of here, but that's
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, well,
Just mention
And I was looking at your parking. You've got 18 spaces, and what's your total parking?
27 spaces,
You got 27 spaces?
yes.
You got 18 units,
18 units, so it's 1.5 for each.
okay. Bios? Okay. They're all outside of the garage, right? You're not counting garages at all?
No, we don't have any garages.
Oh, they're not, okay, those are just the units, okay. Okay,
that's what it's.
right. What's the total size of this lot?
Roughly over an acre. It's 46,717 square feet.
So you're asking for,
A variance from the ZBA.
no, your density has to come from the city council.
Yes. Yes.
City council, I believe. We can double check on that, but I'm pretty sure you have to go to the city council for
Well,
density.
we have appointments at both, so
Okay, yeah, I
I'm sure
would
it gets resolved one
I would
place.
verify that,
Okay.
okay, but I believe it's the city council on density, because you're so far over, you know, what's allowed in that area.
What would be?
8 units per acre?
No, I think it's either 4 or 6 per acre.
What's allowed?
No, it's 8.
It's 8
It's
per
8
acre.
here, yes.
And you're at 18.
Yes,
You know, so you're at more than double.
yes.
Okay, so I'm not saying that that may be the right for this area, but when you're that much over the density that's called for, is then, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to get that special permit
All right.
from the city council.
Let me say this, 2 things. One is, it is fairly consistent with what that neighborhood is. And secondly, one of the things that I failed to point out earlier is that in our design, one of the things that we charged, and I think he did a terrific job, our architect with is to come up with a design that is consistent with that community. And if you look at what we have in and around Pearl Street and Cotton Street and Adams Street, it is that kind of that Victorian look. And so that's what we did in order to make this work. And
Well, I don't disagree with you. All I'm saying is that, you know, for that area, and that's why we have the variance, you know, that's why you can get the increase in density, but you have to go to, so we can look at it for the plans,
yes,
and then...
we're going to have to go to
look at
City
it for
Council
slow.
and to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
That's correct. That's
Oh.
correct. So you're going to be spending a lot of time at City Hall.
Driving the wrong way, yeah.
Yeah, driving the wrong way.
All the issues with the conservation commission
Yeah.
are resolved?
Yes, there are no other conditions other than the ones they gave us that night. There are nothing further, just the big thing was the snow, that we agreed not to go above an 8-foot, you know, and it only made good sense. You really can't block people's vision from turning, so you have to be practical. Even 8 feet in some cases will be far too high. We'd have to keep it below that from a visibility standpoint, allowing people, you know, safe access to and from this development.
Good. Right. I think, go ahead, why don't you?
Mr. Kaposha, you have, or Mr. Fliss, you have 1.5 parking spaces per unit?
Per unit, yes.
Are some of those, I thought Mr. Rojas had said some of those units are 3 bedrooms?
Yep.
Unless I'm reading this wrong, I think with the parking, it's 1.5 dwelling unit for units with 2 or fewer bedrooms, 2 parking spots per dwelling unit for units with more than 2 bedrooms. The reason
I don't know where I'm not sure where
That's in the city ordinance.
I stopped talking because I'm looking to see if I'm under the right category. I'm
How
reading
many
under,
threes do you have? How many three-bedroom units?
Oh, how many threes?
Yeah.
11 threes.
There are 11 threes and
7
22 spaces for those, and then
Well, I'm not sure she's reading from the right ordinance.
From zoning.
pretty good.
I'm reading from off-street parking and loading under section 22-69 under the chart. And Armin's the expert in this, so that's why I'm reading under the type of use, residential uses, under dwelling units in semi-attached dwellings, 2-family dwellings, 3-family dwellings, 4-family dwellings, and multi-family dwellings. And then across from that, the parking factor, minimum number of parking spaces to be provided, and that's what I read earlier.
It's in a section where you wouldn't think of looking
That is
for.
It's on page
why you would
76.
Isn't there a precursor to that
It
section,
could
though?
be.
It's a certain percentage of the number?
Well, let me,
Is it 80% or something like that? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's just for commercial and industrial. But I thought there was something in the parking requirements that called for a certain percentage of the number of parking spaces. Is that only for a net square footage?
If you want to take a look at it. And it's up. Here to go. This is what we're showing right here. We're looking for this here.
So you have 27, yeah. So try to squeeze more in there.
So how many, so you can have
Would any of these be considered like for elderly, where people wouldn't be driving?
Well, the units will be mixed incomes that we wouldn't expect that they would be two, you know, because of the income group that would be served. We wouldn't expect that there would be 2 cars per family to begin with.
There's no restriction, so a 3-bedroom unit could end up with 3 cars.
We'd have to put our own restrictions from a management company. We'd have to say they would only be allowed 1 car as part of rental. For instance, one of the things that happens because many people are familiar with 100 Main Street or 161 Spruce Street, and there are limited parking spaces, and folks sometimes are allowed to have an apartment but not necessarily a car. It's just the reality. When it was built earlier, back in the early 70s, it was thought that persons didn't have cars once they hit 65. And of course, we've learned a few things since then.
That's not the case today.
It's not the
I
case
think you
today.
could probably make it
But-
for today's economy, and yeah, I'm over 60,
Well-
and I don't consider myself elderly.
I hope not. The other thing to keep in mind, and one of the reasons we chose this location, is because it's downtown and does afford easy accessibility to public transportation and walking to certain segments of the job market, so that people can have access, and we think that that will help ease the burden on the need for an automobile. And again, I really anticipate that folks are not going to have 2 and 3 cars. It's just, you know, if they do, they're not going to be qualifying, they're not going to be moving into this kind of a development.
Are you working with Mart for public transportation?
We will be, yes, because, again, the bus does not go on Adams Street, but does go right past it, and makes it an easy walk to obtain public transportation. So we think that should be easy, yes.
Any idea about on-street parking?
There currently is on-street parking right now. Up and down Adams Street, it's pretty much the rule. If you go down Adams Street, there are a number of cars on Adams Street. There are a number of homes there, 3-family homes and alike, that have no parking, so that all their residents are parking on Adams Street. One of the things that happened when we moved here, there were a number of cars in the neighborhood parking here on this location, and for a long time we let them continue parking up until recently, when people were dropping off abandoned cars and motors, and so we've now put up a fence to prevent that from growing, because as you know, it gets expensive to discard those kinds of items.
And as I look at your numbers, you get, if you had 11 3-bedrooms, that would be 22, and 7 units would be 11 more, for a total of 33. Now, let me finish. If you get the density from the city council, the planning board can give you further relief on parking by 30%.
Thank you, that'd be wonderful.
We can't. Whether we will or not, you know.
I just have one question for Mr. Flisco again. Is this residence C?
No residents.
It is.
It is.
Is it residence C?
Yes.
It is 1.5, it is 1.5, they're correct on the parking.
It's 1.5, let's see.
Oh,
I'm sorry for the distress, but that's what I do.
It is Residence C.
Here it is. Residence C districts, dwellings for more than one family are allowed, provided that the site plan is given, the lot size shall be at least 8,000 square feet plus an additional 5,000 square feet for each dwelling unit. Density shall not exceed 8 units per acre. The areas used for buildings, parking, driveways, and other permanent impervious surfaces shall not exceed 50% of the total area. The number of off-street parking spaces shall not be less than 1 1/2 spaces per dwelling unit.
Thank you. I thought we read it, but
Well, that's
good.
You know,
thank you very
it goes a
much.
while, but we get it right.
You know, this is the kind of thing we like to see happen, and it's very important for the city.
Okay, it
And
is
for
1.5.
most
So I think, as she also read, is the density is 8. So you're going to have to get the,
Yes.
we would have to make any approval that we have conditional on the city council.
Yes,
Okay,
that's anticipated. We would expect that, and we're just looking for your comments and improvements that we can make, and we certainly are amenable to, you know, changing the direction of the road or any other comment that will help. Again, I emphasize this is a difficult project to put together financially. It's you know, to meet all of our goals, to be really a cornerstone for the furthering development of that Rockwell Village area. There is a comment from the mayor who has asked us, and we want to keep an open mind there, to perhaps make an alteration to this plan in the future to accommodate a walkway that would bring folks from Adams Street over to the library. They have not yet been able to locate a parcel on the Pearl Street side of things, but we'd be more than amenable to helping the city keep this as a gateway to come in to the new library when that gets to be part of the city. We would also love to work with you and everyone in the city to develop other sites in and around there. As you all know, there's a couple of other sites that I don't know how they should be developed, but it would be nice to have them improved in one way or another without trying to guess how they could be, all of which, again, will be difficult sites to develop. We hope that this is the catalyst to spur the neighborhood on. We also note that, you know, the 3-family home that we did on Adams Street, improved that, spurred exactly what we wanted on each side of our units. Private owners came, bought the units, redeveloped so that that whole street has made some, real market improvements. And then, of course, with what the gentleman did at the liquor store on the other side and what's happening there on Adams Street, all of which will help to really begin to change that whole neighborhood. We want to be part of that change, and we think that this is the real focal point for that neighborhood. Again, I congratulate the architect for capturing the essence of that community, that neighborhood, and putting together, I think, something that's modern and upbeat, but yet still has some of the characteristics that we want to keep in our community of Leominster.
Okay, I think you've made a real good start here. This is a nice looking plan. It's something that I'm very interested in development of that whole area. So, and we've talked about this, you and I have talked to this in the past several times. And actually, I'd like to say that it also follows through with the planning of the previous meetings we've had in the city, where this was an area that was targeted for this type of development. So what you're doing fits right along with the, you might say, the long-range plans that we've seen and the meetings that we had in the last couple of years. So I applaud you for that. On the other hand, this is a information, so I'll have. Do you have anything else to add at this time?
I don't, other than thank you, and I know you have a heavy night ahead of you, so I don't want to take too much of your time.
Well, I have to open it up to the audience and see if there are anyone else there that has any comments. Do I have anyone in the audience that has any comments on this project? I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments on this project? Okay. How about from the membership of the board?
I just have one more question for the engineer. What are we maintaining for a width in the middle of the roadway? I know the entrance is at 22 feet from each entrance. What's the width in the middle between the parking spaces, from end of space to end of space?
I think it has to be 22 feet.
The drive aisle, yeah. Just,
I think it's
want to see if the
okay.
width is maintained.
Here. Well, he's going to double check it.
24.
Yeah, that's what we designed.
24.
Goes up to,
It's 18, 18, and 24 in the middle.
so it's
Okay.
18 per parking space.
Yeah,
and
24 in the middle.
We're showing,
Yeah.
we're showing 19 per parking space.
Actually, there's something in the, does it show 19 as a?
19 on the front, yeah.
Okay.
You show 19 there.
Yep.
22. It's just one,
No, it's just,
1 foot of
yeah,
pay
it's just,
on the line.
Okay. One comment that I do have in these, in the corners, the two wings there. If you look at the top left-hand corner of the parking, go to the left. Yeah, right up in there. If you look at those parking places, as I see those, where they're laid out, they'd be very difficult to get out of. As you're getting out, you could be blocked. As you come out, you got to back into this and then go forward. Or the other one, you got to come almost all the way around 180 and come way up and to get out. I'm not sure if you could put an angular parking in there or something to alleviate that. It might be something you might want to look at, just for some, if you could get some kind of relief on that in both sections. Because
I
it
see
looks
what
like,
you're talking about.
okay, it looks like you'd be backing into the,
This one you have to back up and come out,
yeah.
Yeah.
or if we switch it around.
Well, certainly,
This is information,
Yeah,
so it's not, so we're
we
just
can
trying to
certainly
give you-
examine it, and if turning the radius slightly is what I think you're suggesting.
Right, right.
If turning that radius slightly this way and slightly that way, if that is helpful, it's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
just
have
looking
no
at, that
problem
might
doing
help
that.
getting out of those parking
I don't
places.
think it makes, I don't think it imposes any, other restrictions there by slightly turning that radius a little bit.
See, because this one here, you got two parking places, you got a car coming out 19 feet, they really got to come back by this, where it juts out, from the middle section, And you gotta back out at an angle and then come back in, so
Right, you're talking about.
it's not a straight shot out. I'm talking about at the top or on the side.
Right here.
Yeah.
You're talking about back.
Right there.
Just, I think by rotating that slightly,
Mm-hmm.
we might make just, maybe even a couple of feet will make enough of a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a slight angle change, because right now, you would run right into where it butts out there.
We can certainly on our own take a good look at that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Good look at that. That's good. Okay. Anything else? Having no other questions or comments at this time, motion is in order to close this hearing.
So moved.
Motion made, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Motion made and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Watch stop. 6:25. Okay, 6:45 hearing, recommendation by City Council petition 12704, Raymond T. Kelly, grant a special permit to place a trailer next to the fire damaged dwelling at 1024 Main Street to be used for shelter. During the reconstruction, temporary permit has been issued from the building department. Do I have anyone here for this? Just to let you know is that the City Council last night at their meeting made a recommendation to approve conditional on our approval this evening.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval.
I have a motion on recommend. Okay, this is part of the hearing.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm in a hurry.
Okay, hearing, I'll ask one more time, do we have anyone else here to speak? Anyone here to speak on this matter? Hearing none, a call for a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Motion made and second to close the hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. 7 o'clock here. Recommendation, the City Council petition 12904, Tanco Corporation. Daniel Latanzio for Liberty Supply Incorporated. Grant a special permit to construct a 12 by 50 silo pad to the rear of existing building at 195 Hamilton Street, located in the floodplain district.
Good evening. My name is Dan Latanzio. I'm here from Tanco Corp. For Liberty Supply. This may present a little bit of a deja vu. We've already been here on this situation. This does reflect the previous City Council petition 70-04 and 76-04. We've already gone through and talked about a silo pad and a loading dock, but upon my filling out of the filing of the paperwork, I inadvertently did not place the 12 by 50 silo pad wording on the application. So we've already talked about it, discussed it, and I've shown it on the map, and we previously have talked about this, but at this time, when I went to pull the building permit, the building inspector sent me back to go and trying to go around and collect $200 again in Monopoly here and see if we can get this going here. So, but it's basically a 12 by 50 silo pad in the back of Liberty Supply. We are located in a floodplain, so therefore we need City Council approval. But again, this has already been something that's been in front of the board before.
Okay.
So.
Do I have any questions of the board? For Mr. Lieutenant? Okay. Do I have any questions from anyone in the audience? I'll ask one more time. Do I have any questions from anyone in the audience? Hearing none, motion is in order to close this hearing.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Actually, a little ahead of schedule now. Let's call to order.
John Souza,
Here.
Carol Vittorioso,
Here.
Armin Millet, Mary Olivier,
Here.
Sal Chaconi, Dave DiGiovanni, Tom Carrigan.
Okay. Minutes of previous meetings.
Move to accept the minutes.
I have a motion to accept the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Do I have any discussion on the minutes, any additions or corrections? Okay, hearing none. I'll call for a motion. All in favor of accepting the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Do I have any plans to be submitted?
Yes, we have an A&R plan submitted, as well as a plan submitted for a public hearing.
Okay, the A&R can come in later.
Okay, that's fine. Plan submitted, hold on 1 second. It's for a preliminary subdivision, and it's going to require a public hearing, and we can do that July 13th at 6:45.
So moved.
And what is that? What's
The address, you mean? Or the site of it?
yes, what does it say?
Let's take a look. There's actually no name on the plan.
It's off Main Street in North Leominster.
Dale Street and Burndale Ave and Main Street. Right in there.
Okay, oh, that's off of okay.
Yep.
Off of Mary Ave?
Off of Mary Ave, correct.
Okay. That would be the project off of Mary Ave. It'll be July 13th at 6:45.
Correct.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Here none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. I can't go into old business. Okay, I can go into old business. Motion to move the agenda up to 4.3 Pioneer Park, Harrison Taylor.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Do I have a representative from Harrison Taylor here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Matt Hurley on behalf of Harrison Taylor.
Please use the mic, sir.
Matt Hurley on behalf of Harrison Taylor.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we are, you may recall the last time we were before the board, we discussed the fact that there is pending litigation regarding property at issue here, and that once that litigation is resolved, we're confident that we're going to get the road built that we need to get built to further the development here. We have had some preliminary discussions with the other side about resolving the case. You made what we thought was a very good suggestion about talking to the mayor. We have had conversations. Mr. Young from Harrison Taylor is here. He has had conversation with the mayor's office about possibly mediating this dispute, and we remain open to those discussions. And we hope to have this litigation resolved very soon. But at this point, we don't have resolution of litigation, and that is basically what I have to report.
Okay. Has there been any progress since the last meeting? Have there been some agreements made?
Well, there's been no agreements made, no. We've had progress in the sense that, we've talked to the mayor's office. I think the mayor is expressed a willingness to mediate this dispute. He said as much in the paper.
Mm-hmm.
We welcome that, his role in mediating this. So, we'd like to continue down that road. We'd like to get this resolved as much as anybody, but of course, we have to do it on terms that are agreeable to us, and that's really where we are at this point. So no, we don't have an agreement in place, but we do look forward to moving down that road.
Okay.
I have a question, George.
Go ahead.
You said you've had contact with the mayor's office, but have you spoken with the mayor yet at all? That was...
I believe Mr. Young has spoken. Mr. Young from Harrison Taylor is here. I have not spoken to
You
him.
have had conversations
Yes.
with the mayor?
Yes.
Not just, calling the office and speaking to
No,
his
I
assistant?
No, he's had direct conversations with the mayor. The mayor is...
That's Mr. Young. Mr. Young has. Yes.
Well, the mayor's indicated a willingness to get involved.
Mr. Young, would you please identify yourself and come up to the microphone?
My name is Mr. Young, Adam Young. The mayor has indicated a willingness. I've talked to him on 3 or 4 occasions to help mediate, help resolve this situation. I'd like to resolve it, frankly, as much as, maybe not quite as much as you guys, but I would like to resolve it. I am willing, and
unfortunately not able to resolve it myself. I need some cooperation from some other folks, but the mayor is willing to help. He's asked me to get a number in terms of what the electricity will cost, which is one of the sticking points. And I am in the process of doing that through my engineer. Unfortunately, my engineer's been terribly busy with a bunch of things, but we will get that number to him shortly.
Can he get that information in 2 weeks?
Yeah, sure.
Because we got one more meeting this month, right?
No,
No.
July 13th is next one.
Okay, our next meeting is July 13th. 4 weeks. A month, oh, it's 4 weeks, okay, I thought, that's right. Well, months are just slipping on by. So our next meeting is July 13th. At that time, we're gonna have to make some kind, we've gotta have some kind of a resolution, because there's retention ponds, detention ponds that have to be built, you got roadways that have to be done in the summer months, and...
No, I mean, frankly, I mean, you know, Mike Crowley, my site contractor, informed me just the other day that really we need to get this thing resolved in July and August, because that detention pond needs to be built. Right now it's under, you know, the land's under 3 feet of water probably.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta really do that detention pond in July and August, so we should work expeditiously to get this thing resolved.
Okay. Can you work through the planning department and Mr. Taylor, Andy Taylor, okay, and see if, keep him abreast of what you can get when you're gonna have a meeting with the mayor, and try to see if you can, I'm not sure what his schedule is, and I'm not even gonna profess to try to put you into what his schedule is, but I really would appreciate it if anything can be worked out in the next couple of weeks.
Andy Taylor, I don't know that gentleman. He's in the place.
Right here.
Hi, Andy.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
He's our assistant director, and he's, okay, so at this time, if you could work it out with him, and try to keep him abreast of what's going on, so that he can keep me informed.
Okay.
And that way, and let us know when you're going to actually have that meeting with the mayor, or with the other party that's involved here.
Okay.
Okay?
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motion would be in order to continue this for 1 month to our next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to continue for 1 month to our next hearing, next meeting. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. We'll go to our 7:15 public information meeting for Richard Healy, Foster Healy Real Estate, 300 Main Street, Fitchburg site plan for new construction at 50 Central Street, Leominster.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Hannigan with Hannigan Engineering. With me is Rick Healy, who is the applicant and owner of Foster Healy Real Estate. The last time we were here, we reviewed the architectural makeup of the building. We have a further rendered drawing on the top of the site plan drawing before you. It's planned on being, as Mr. Slattery said at the last meeting, a brick facade with colonial type of architectural windows. Main entrance, it'll be basically 2 of them. One will be facing Central Street. The other one will be facing the parking lot to the rear with a center corridor and office space on either side that will be centered by a central reception area within the building. The last time we were here, the principal issue that was remaining was the issue of the traffic with respect to its access point to Central Street. And there was some discussion that we've had not only with the board, but with one of the abutters to the property.
Probably if you, yeah, either that, if you could move that easel this way a little bit, you could reach it with the mic.
This is good.
That's good.
Right now it's balanced, so.
Okay.
Pick up the table,
Yeah.
the cord will go on.
The location of the building from the originally submitted plan was slid over to provide about a 6-foot distance between the two buildings. As I stated at the last meeting, the principal reason for that was they are different makeups of buildings, and you have buildings that close, you either want them attached or you want to provide enough of a separation that you'll be able to provide some sort of a landscape area between these. It was balanced. I see Mary's having trouble seeing, so.
Thank you.
This is the more important plan anyways, from my perspective. So what we did was we provided that separation between the existing building and the proposed building. That'll allow a 6-foot area to be landscaped. Sometimes if you have a space that's too small, it ends up being cluttered, and you can't really get at it to keep it clean. This provides a better landscape area in that location. The location of the driveway access has not really changed from the main plan. There was discussion at the last meeting of would it be better to put this driveway location on the north side of the property versus the south side. And at that time, the planning board asked that we have a traffic engineer review that. We have that done, and we just got the information emailed to us today, so I'll have to pass that out.
Do you have any copies that you can make available to the audience?
Yes, I have an extra copy here, which I could leave at the podium.
Okay.
For now, or Mr. and Mrs. Tassia here. I know that they're probably the ones that want to read it anyway.
Okay.
Just to touch on a few of the main issues that Mr. Aben looked at, which were some of the issues that were brought up at the last meeting, and I purposely went to the site with him so I could make sure he reviewed those particular issues. When we stand at this location and look down Central Street and Lancaster Street, the concern that the board had was the location of this intersection of 117 and Route 12. The main intersection is actually in here, but the right yield, if you will, coming off of 117 onto Route 12 was of concern. It was pointed out by some members of the board that, in agreement essentially with one of the abutters, that maybe this location would be a better location. So with that, we had Mr. Aben take a look at it from both points, and that's outlined within the report. The on-site design almost talks about what we're doing with the property. Essentially, by providing a parking lot on site, it moves the traffic off the property, off the roadway, and doesn't require off-site parking, although there is some provided on the street as it currently exists. The biggest thing that I wanted to make sure he reviewed was the traffic coming at this location and what they did when they got there. Whether they looked over their shoulder and just kept going, or they stopped, looked over their shoulder, and he did look at that, and his conclusion basically is that people drive on this intersection as creatures of habit. They've been driving this roadway coming down to 117 for so long that as they approach it, they know they can look over their shoulder, and if there's not another vehicle coming or if there's a gap, they can slide right in. His concern about this location was that if someone were to do that and look over their shoulder and drive out onto Central Street and you had vehicles parked in front of the building, this vehicle may not see the vehicle coming out from behind the cars. So that's from the perspective of the driver, and that would actually happen either along Central Street or along Route 117. So that was his concern with that location. His initial feeling of what was happening on the site when we were out there that day was that pretty much either one of them would be suitable. They're both urban curb cuts, they're both urban driveways, they're both in an area where the traffic is sometimes stopped, sometimes moving, and they're both basically essentially the same with the exception of the location being, one being closer to the intersection, so that's not a great item, and one being obstructed from that intersection viewing by the parking. I then said to him that, in my opinion, in my presentation to the board at the last meeting, that what I stated was my concern was by sliding the building down and putting the driveway on this side, you can't stand there and look down towards down Route 12 and 117 and think of it that way, but you have to look at it as if there were a building there. I then walked him down to Wilder Avenue, which has a building right up on the street, and you have to drive out in between cars essentially to get out. And then he went back and tried to, in his mind, I guess, simulate what would happen in that location. So his conclusion, I think, which is the last part of it, and all these items are touched on, he touches on a lot more, quite frankly, than I expected him to within this report, both looking at the activity of the drivers turning off Lancaster Street onto Central Street, the activity of drivers coming in and out of the driveway of the proposed site in both locations, and also the drivers coming up Route 12 and what their sight line is to the driveway. Mr. Ciccone at the last meeting brought up that there's a little rise in this location right at in front of the Dunkin' Donuts, if you will. And he did look at that and said, although it's not ideal, because what happens is as the cars are coming up the hill, you lose one car behind the other. But as long as there's one car coming up the hill, you're going to see that there's a vehicle coming. If there's another car behind it, obviously when it comes up to the crest and the road starts to bend as it gets towards Central Street, the other car you can now visibly see. So the cars are already there, and if there's no cars coming, then obviously you know that it's clear. But if you're going to see one, then you just be aware that there may be more than one. And drivers, as he stated in his report, have habitual or become creatures of habit, and they kind of get used to and adjust of what's going on in a certain particular area. There was one more point I wanted to bring up in his report, and I want to be clear on it. Just for the rest of the audience, maybe what I'll do is I'll read the summary and conclusion. This memorandum has provided the discussion of the driveway to the proposed Foster Healy Real Estate Office at 50 Central Street in Leominster, Massachusetts. It includes a discussion of the salient features of the driveway, specifically its proximity to Lancaster Street intersection to the south. While there are pros and cons to both the proposed location and alternate location on the northerly end of the site, it is my opinion that in this case the alternate location has several negative aspects that more than outweigh its positive aspects. The preferred location allows for clear sight lines to the left or south for exiting drivers, since there is no on-street parking adjacent to this driveway, as would be the case in the alternative location, as would not be in the case of the original location. In addition, the location of the building blocks the sight lines for existing drivers at the alternative location, something that is avoided at the preferred location. If either adjacent site were to be redeveloped and the building placed as close as possible to the property corner adjacent to the sight lines toward and from the preferred location would not be affected due to the configuration of the site and the street alignment. While the alternative location is consistent with normal driveway design in an urban setting, it has negative features that are inherent to such a design, namely the obstructed views caused by adjacent structures and on-street parking. When these negatives can be avoided, they should. And the point he was trying to bring up, or that I wanted to bring up in reference to this, was that at some point we've had discussions of would this building ever be built out to the street, because it by right could under zoning, and would this building ever be built out to the street? And in this location, if the driveway was here and this building was built out to the front, you would then have the driveway coming in between two buildings, creating a virtual tunnel effect of blocking sight lines now in both directions. Whereas in this location here, if this building was built out, because of the way that where the car would be located, it could see up 117 and down Route 12, even if the abutting building was torn down and rebuilt right to the street line as is allowed by zoning. So both for short-term and long-term reasons, this preferred location by Mr. Healy ends up actually being the better location of the two. And I think that was the biggest discussion point that we had at the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to add on that, Mr. Hannigan? No? Okay. At this time, I would like to open this hearing to anyone in the audience.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Joseph Tossi, and I'm the owner of 38 and 28 Central Street. And I requested this report for traffic study. And for every reason he says it can be or should be, there's another reason that says it can't. I think it'll work either way. What I'm having a hard time understanding is how we can cross.
Is that mic on?
Some of the members having a hard time hearing Mr. Thompson.
Just speak, but speak into it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm having a hard time understanding how we can cross two oncoming cars if you're traveling north on 12 versus crossing one lane of traffic if he places the driveway in the other location. So I don't know how they can come up with a negative to be a northerly, the north side of the building with a driveway instead of the south side of the building with a driveway. That's a big concern, and there is parking on the street. There's 4 parking lots that's not shown right in front of the building. So coming out of his driveway where it is now won't be any different or any more or less sight view when he comes out and tries to pull out and turn right to head north.
Without a mic, I'll speak a little louder. That was also asked of Mike Avens, and what it comes down to is that by the time a car is on Route 12 in this location, this car here needs to stop or there's going to be a collision. So at the driveway location, there's really only one lane of traffic at that point because the merging occurs in here. Okay? And what would happen is that this car would have to go by and then this car would have to follow it. One of his points was that if this is coming, the car coming up Route 12 heading to the north, and the car coming down 117, they get there about the same time, this one then has to stop. This lets this car go by and then continue. Any car that's sitting here is going to see that action right in front of them. Okay? So this car is not going to pull out until that action, if you will, subsides or stops or a gap opens up and you pull out. So there's more of an onus on the driver in this location to look at 2 people than one. This driver has to look forward and back, which he should be doing anyways. Okay, but the reality is that when you get out into this location, by the time you get in front of the driveway, there would be only there's really only one lane of traffic at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
And the other point I have is this building's 70 feet long. He's going to build it right to the curb. He's completely going to shut me off from the world. My building will be totally blocked. I know it doesn't have any bearing on you. It does, however, on me. You're going to put 2 businesses out of business. If I can't, I'm going to have to change my signage. I got the estimate today. It's going to cost me $8,000 or $10,000 to move my sign. That's the other thing. Your zoning does say something about property values, and it does say something about amenities and site views and site things like that. And I understand where Mr. Healy's coming from, and I respect him. He wants full exposure on Route 12, and I don't disagree with him. The fact is, if he moves the building 20 feet, 30 feet, one way or the other, the only thing that's going to be lost is my building, because I'm set back, and my building's on an angle. I can't bring it out to the street the way it's set up. And quite frankly, I like the flowers in the front. This board actually likes plantings and landscaping, and I've done so. And now we're going to have another brick building right on the sidewalk. And in 5 years, it'll be a dirty brick building, just like the rest of them downtown. I keep my buildings up. I got flowers in the front. And I don't think it's fair, to be honest with you. I spent thousands of dollars. I've been downtown for 10 years. I've completely redeveloped 3 properties. I could have put another building on my parking lot. I chose not to make parking off-street. I've done a lot of things for the community. And now I'm getting this building shoved down my throat. And I'm not happy. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Mr. Tossi, before you step down, can you, and I'm very familiar with the area, and I'm trying to visualize how Mr. Healy's building, can you sort of describe to me in words, obviously you don't have any, just how his building is going to block? I'm just, let me say it this way. There's the Dunkin' Donuts, then there's Domino's, then there's another fast food restaurant coming in next to Domino's.
Yes.
Then it's his proposed site, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then it's your new building, the parking lot, and then your building.
Yes.
So can you? I'm trying to visualize how he's going to block you out. I'm not saying
my new building is the old taxi stand.
Yeah.
It's 25 feet off the street. There's nothing I can do about that. When you bring this building right to the street, I'm not going to have any southern exposure at all. And because of the proximity of his doorway and my driveway, and you can't get to his driveway, you're going to end up parking in my driveway because it's going to be easier to walk to his front door. It's real simple. It happens all day long. I get people that park for the lock and key guy right down the street. I got people parking there 4 or 5 hours to go to rituals down the street because there's no parking anywhere. My parking is accessible. I made it that way. I made it nice. I keep it clean. And I get hit with everything all the time. And it's tiresome. And if you can picture, my building's will be 25 feet behind his, off the street.
So you're saying you're not going to really notice your building until you get to your building, until you pass it?
Right.
As opposed to right now you can see it. Was Rick, and that's the old Rick's Appliance site?
Yes.
How far, do you know how far back Rick's Appliance was?
Rick's was pretty much on the street, I believe. The only thing that was back was the little kitchen.
Oh, okay.
And the other rooming house that was there.
But your argument, his building, Mr. Healy's building is going to be longer than Rick's Appliance, though.
It's going to be 70 feet, correct.
But you know, all the other buildings, in fact, your jewelry store, are right on the street, so
That's true.
Your other building, new building, is the only one in that area that's set back.
And so isn't Domino's. Take a straight line from Domino's to mine.
Side there, but I mean on Central Street. The rest of them are right
So now
on the street.
there'll be one up and there'll be 2 back. So where's the sight line? It's still going to be jig-jag.
Mr. Hannigan, what's the proposed square footage of that building?
It's 2,800 square feet.
Oh.
And you have enough parking to handle your customers so they won't be parking someplace else?
We're only required to have 7 parking spaces. When we first submitted the plan, we submitted it as a 2-story building, which kicked us over the threshold for site plan approval. Technically, we're under the threshold at this point in time, but Mr. Healy felt, since he had already submitted, that we should be a good new neighbor to the community and a good businessman for the community and continue on the process with site plan approval, although technically he doesn't even require it at this point in time. We're only required to have 7 spaces. We're showing 14 on the property, so we have more than double the parking that's required. And obviously, we've had discussions with Mr. Tossi, and he's made his position is very, very clear, and he has not wavered from that. He has been on the same point the whole time. Mr. Healy feels that it's paramount to his success in downtown Leominster to have his building right on the street, as Cityscape typically is. And I can't say that I don't agree with him. I understand Mr. Tossi's concerns. I'm not sure exactly how we can address them, other than trying to answer questions that we've answered thus far regarding sightlines and traffic. His existing building, he does have a point because of the angle of the building, the angle of the property line. He'd have to put a kink in his building to bring it up straight. But I think that Mr. Healy would be willing to work with him regarding that particular issue, if he's willing to work on it as well. So I think that we've addressed all the issues that have been brought up to us, both through the board and through the abutting parcel owners on this project.
As I'm looking at that site, is it possible, I know she got green between Mr. Tossi's building and your building, or Mr. Healy's building. Is there possible, and if somebody comes from that back parking lot, they've got to come around and then into the front, as I understand, to get into the front of the building?
So there's going to be a main entrance right here as well.
There is going to be a main entrance
Correct.
in the rear of the building.
And basically from a real estate business perspective,
right,
which is what this is going to be, the only people that typically go to real estate offices are the agents. When they're going to list a house, they go to the property to view the property and meet with the owner to have that happen. It's probably, I mean, I'm not going to
speak up a little bit, so.
I'm sorry about that. There are. Talk to the mayor about it next to the mic. I'll start over for those at home who haven't been able to hear us. The parking, as I said, is more than, it is double what is required under the zoning. And the typical operations of a real estate office, which is what this is going to be, is that the agents come here, and typically the agents only. There's, I think, one secretary is what we're looking at, and one full-time agent, or I'm sorry, one agent that's the managing agent, if you will. Correct me on these words if I want. Why don't you say that part, and I'll get into the site.
Yeah. I think the real estate industry business is unique as far as the amount of space that we need, and yet the amount of traffic going in and out of our business. These agents do need a place where they can come, hang their hat, do their business, but the public, normally we're doing business with the public in their own home. So it's not, and you know, if I can address Mr. Tossi's concern, it's not my intention to put someone out of business. It's not my intention. My company has been doing business. We're in downtown Leominster since 1958. In 1984, we moved up to West Street. We've outgrown that building. The reason I want to come back downtown is I want to be part of Leominster. I want to be part of the downtown. I'm looking to make a significant investment in downtown. I'm looking at the prices I'm getting are close to $750,000. I have a difficult time believing that I'm going to be devaluing Mr. Tossi's property. I understand his concerns. I share the concerns because I want to have a building that is going to be, I'm going to be able to protect my parking. But I don't see my agents using, and I can control where my agents are parking, so I don't see the parking concerns. I am concerned about the safety of my agents, and I've looked at this a million times to try to see if it made sense for me to move the building to be a good neighbor. I'm concerned with the safety of my agents as they're coming and going, and I firmly believe this is the best location, the safest location for my agents to access in and out of my building. In addition to that, I firmly believe that the streetscape, ultimately the streetscape should be in the downtown, in my opinion, up to the street. And the zoning allows it. If I move my building back, or if I move my building to somewhere else, it is going to be my building contributing to the sawtooth nature of downtown. I think you're looking for a streetscape. That's what I'm hoping to add to downtown. And I think what Pat Slattery has designed for me and what we're intending to do here, I'm hoping will be viewed as a positive to downtown.
Okay, thank you. As far as the concern, is there, for a customer, is there a rear entrance, or is that just for...
Yes, yes. The way the building is designed, there is an entrance to the front, and frankly, the entrance to the front is for balance of the building. You need an entrance on the front of the building to have it look right. The reality is that 95% of the access is going to be just as, I think the Enterprise Bank is a good example. Everybody goes in the back door of the Enterprise Bank in spite of the fact that they have a facade entry. That's what my intention is for the use of this building. I don't believe that, I mean, the parking out here should be, I don't want that long-term parking. If someone's running up to run in and out of the office, that's great, but I intend to direct anybody that's doing business with us to our parking lot. That's why I want these extra spaces.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tossi, do you have any other comments?
Just one. It is a real estate company, and yes, the traffic impact today is low. And when the real estate market drops off and we decide to rent this building out to something else, what does it become? My parking lot is still accessible compared to his. It's nice that he's going to save his parking lot for his customers, except he's downtown to grow, correct? That's the whole point. So what's stopping people from stopping in and saying hi at Mr. Healy's new building? So where am I going to park? Well, I'm going to park where it's easy. I'm parking at Joseph's. I can't find his. How am I going to find it? It's on the corner of an intersection where two cars are coming up, one from 117 and one from 12. I guess I don't understand how that's better or safer than on the other side.
Okay.
This report that we got, I don't believe it's much of a history or study or anything like that. At this time, I'd like to request a continuance so that I can get an engineer to review this, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be up to the board members.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I want to respond to one thing. We obviously will be having some signage that will direct people that come to the office to our parking lot. And there will be a sign that says, you know, Foster Healy parking in rear with an arrow that, you know, will be some sort of you know, tasteful way of getting the people to know that there's parking in the rear of the building.
Okay.
If I could respond to a second item, in the request, as you most are aware, I'm sure, I'm buying this land from the city of Leominster, and one of the requirements on their request for proposal is that they have a right of first refusal if I'm to sell this building, and that also includes if I am to take a long-term lease in this building. I am building this building because I intend to stay in downtown Leominster.
Okay, thank you. Do I have anyone else that wishes to comment on this?
Bill, can you give me an idea of what at the back end of the parking lot, the green space, the landscape, the buffer? I know that's a wall there, right? That's a big wall. All in heavy black is indicating that same wall. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mom. I had to say hi to my mother. Hi, Mom, wherever you are.
There is a retaining wall that is proposed in the back. There would be, we have landscaping and snow storage all around the property in this location here. And we're showing this as green right now because right now it's just an absolute weed mess, and Mr. Healy's intention is to landscape that area a little bit better. There's been discussion with Mr. Tossi about working with him on removing this wall, provide a little bit of landscaping in here and more openness between the two. And I believe there's also been some discussion with this abutting owner as well about doing the same thing in the rear. Those discussions haven't really been formalized at this point, so we're going to kind of hold off on that. And if we are able to eliminate this section of retaining wall and bring it off in this direction here, obviously that would provide a little bit more landscaping and also much more snow storage as well.
Bill, my question now. So the height elevation difference on that wall, what would you say, 10 feet, 12 feet? Is it that high?
It's around 10 feet, correct.
It's around 10 feet. What is the distance on the green piece that's in front of the wall to the parking spaces that are existing there now, or that are shown on the back line?
Approximately 10 feet.
It's approximately 10 feet. So if we waived the landscaping requirement in the back. This is a hypothetical. We could push it back 10 feet, and that would alleviate some of the problems and concerns in the front of this building?
Except it would create a problem with snow storage in the property.
So it would create a problem with snow storage for how far across? I mean, what would be the width back there?
Well, if you push the building back 10 feet,
Yep.
you would essentially eliminate this, and you would have no snow storage in this entire area along the
So would there be snow storage available if that retention wall if there's some kind of agreement that comes out of the talks? There's a lot of ifs on this, and I know. I'm trying to negotiate something that's going to work for both parties. So, I'm saying, I think it could be pushed back a little bit. I don't see issues with pushing it back a little bit. I also look at it from a perspective of I know, something should be done with that intersection. We've discussed that intersection. And my main concern is if we have a change in that intersection, which in any way incorporates any land taking on either side to make it workable with 117 and 12 in the future, then where does that bring us? If we have a little bit more width to work with, then we have something to work with.
I believe that's an even bigger if.
I know, and I'm throwing this out.
Right. One of the things that we talked about was that this right turn lane may have been appropriate in 1950 or whenever it was laid out that way, but with the increase in traffic, maybe it's not appropriate anymore. And that's something that I think the planning board should discuss with the DPW, but that would be separate and aside from this proposal, because those wheels move very slow with change and with trying to get this figured out as far as what type of intersection alignment would be appropriate for that location as well. So in this location, with the street the way it's presently constructed, with the streetscape for the rest of downtown being right up against the sidewalk, I think it's very appropriate to put the building in the location that it is right now.
Okay. I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on this. Okay. What's the wish of the board? Do we want to close this hearing?
Close the hearing, they don't even need a special permit from us anymore. All he needs is to go to the building inspector and get a building permit. I think we should not take our time anymore trying to be a mediator to something which is not our job.
He has the right to do it to the street. So, I don't think we can deny it. Quite frankly, myself, I think it's better on the street because when you've got Central Street and Monument Square, all those buildings are right on the street except for this individual building. And I think it's more in line with the architecture down there. And from what I understand, I don't think it's more of a problem for a traffic site or anything else. And
Okay.
so I think we've got enough information, and I don't think we have the right to tell
A
them.
motion is in order to close the hearing. Someone like to make a motion to that?
So,
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. A motion made and seconded to close the hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Okay.
So you break the tie.
No.
Two, no, we got Dave. There's three.
All in favor say aye.
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 Two. All in favor say no.
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 Okay. The hearing is continued. We need a continuation date.
Continue it to July 13th at 7 o'clock.
So on a continued hearing, we want to hear only from new people and new information, is that correct? We don't want to hear from the same people and the repetition of...
Well, we have to, my question on this hearing is we've heard from the two parties involved, okay?
Why do we need to continue this?
Well, because one party may have more information. One party may have more information. That was represented to us.
On the traffic.
Through the chair,
It's
this,
been going on for a long time.
Well, I'll just,
Why, this is just a delaying tactic.
well, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm not opposed, I'm a little concerned about the parking configuration along with the traffic. I'm not saying that I'm going to deny it, but I would like a little bit more information, and if Mr. Tossi or somebody else is going to have a different perspective in terms of the traffic and the parking configuration, I think I'd like to hear it. And maybe Mr. Tossi knows, but if he doesn't know, but who knows, maybe someone he hires saying this is the perfect plan. And like Mr. Healy said, I haven't forgotten what he said, that he's looked at it a million ways, and I guess I would like an opportunity to look at it at least a second way. And I realize I wasn't here for the first meeting, but at the same time, apparently, you know, there was some changes made. So I'm not opposed to closing the hearing because I'm opposed to the plan, but I'd like a little bit more time to see if there's more input from what Mr. Tossi says. Mr. Tossi's been there for at least 10 years. All I do is drive by and get coffee.
Well, I've heard the same thing twice already, two different hearings. You weren't here at the last one, so, I mean, why do we have to hear it a third time?
Are you having him bring in another engineer, Carol?
If that's Mr. Tossi said that's what he's going to do.
To waste his money. I mean, I'm not going to build the building on the other side. I'm not going to do it. I will go for a permit and build it with 7 parking spots if that's what you really want me to do. I'm sorry, but I'm really confused.
We're at the point where we're trying to determine whether I'm going to close the hearing or not. I got a motion not to close the hearing. If that point is that I'm going to continue it's a public information meeting. That's all it is. Okay? I would like...
So it's not even a hearing. We've done our thing. We've been two different occasions given this information to the public.
Yeah.
So at this point, I've taken a vote. The vote was to continue the hearing. I need a second vote for a date. So I have the next
Yeah,
next
July
date
13th at 7 o'clock.
with July 13th at 7 o'clock.
So moved.
I have a motion made. Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
I have a motion made and seconded. All in favor of continuous hearing to July 13th, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
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 Motion carries 3-2.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, and I'm not real good at these points of order, but is this the same as a public hearing where you would actually need our permission to continue the hearing, the meeting?
I don't believe so. It's strictly public information, and I don't think there's a requirement date. I'm not sure. I will have Andy check on that.
As far as my understanding is, a public informational meeting is a one-shot deal, where you give the information out and you close it.
Typically.
This is just carrying on needlessly, clogging our agenda, taking needless time away from business we should be doing.
You know, we're planners, Mr. Millette, and we get criticized for allowing plans that people don't like, and then we get criticized
Well, it
for
doesn't
denying
matter if they
plans
like
that
it.
people
If
do
it meets
like.
the ordinance, that's what we're here to
Well,
decide. And
I'm not
Okay,
happy with that.
excuse me.
I'm not happy with that.
Let's
parking
not have
configuration.
discussion between the members.
I am.
It's
I
not
like
argument.
parking in the
Well,
back.
you know, democracy is a wonderful thing. I'm not happy with it, and 2 other members on this board are
I
unhappy with something else.
excuse me, I have a motion made and seconded. I'm looking for continuation information.
I think
Okay.
July 13th.
Well, and whether it's even legal to continue a public information. Okay, typically you have to have approval from the person for a public hearing, right?
Conduct of hearing.
proceed with the way that has been voted and research that between now and the next meeting.
Well, it could be.
I don't think it may not be in the documents we have with us.
I know it's not in our ordinances, so I'm relying on the state regulations. So that's not in the ordinances.
Page 362, Andy.
Attorney found it. Where are you, Carolyn?
Well, it's under special permits, but they talk about site.
Neither public information.
Well, it's a site plan.
No, it's public information.
For a site plan.
Mm-hmm.
You might have.
Can't find anything.
Well, I'd like to just table this until the end of the meeting, determine if we're going to, so we can continue. It's 8:05.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that, so that if I needed to provide you a letter, I could.
Why don't you be on the safe side, provide us with a letter? Okay, and we'll try to move this along. Okay?
We'll find out on that.
Thank you. Thank you. A 7:30 hearing. Continued public hearing for a City Council petition 92-04 for Richard Marchand on behalf of 10 registered voters. Amend Chapter 22 of the revised ordinances entitled zoning by amending Article 6, Section 22.41.5.4, water supply protection use regulations. Article 2, dimension regulations, Section 22.27.4 and Section 22.27.8, general requirements. Do I have a representative on
Mr.
this?
Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to excuse myself from this hearing, even though I do believe that I am not in a conflict of interest by being here for this hearing and voting on this matter. I do not want the public to perceive there is a conflict of interest because I'm doing a special project for the Leominster Land Trust right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to abstain and excuse myself from this.
Fine.
Good move.
Public hearing, okay. I do have a quorum. Mr. Marchand?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is that on? John?
No.
Not that time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see you here this evening.
Good to be here.
Yeah, really. Well, it's wonderful, actually. A lot of us councilors feel that way, so thank you for all you do. I'd like to just, first of all, I hope you received a copy of the full petition in the mail. From the last public hearing that was conducted, there was I think you had a snapshot from the city council petition. You didn't have the petition in its entirety. Do you have a copy of that, sir, this evening?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll refer to a couple of points in there as I speak.
It was in the last package. Yes.
Okay, thank you. The city council is urgently looking for action. We'd like to take this up on the Legal Affairs Committee at our next regular scheduled meeting. We'd like to take it off the table and have some action on it. So this evening, before I begin with my piece, I would appreciate this committee coming to some type of a resolution, whether for or against the petition for recommendation of Legal Affairs Committee. So I appreciate that if that can happen this evening. We've had, and if I may just take a couple of minutes, I'm exhausted. We were here last night till this morning, and I was teaching a CPR class at Shrewsbury High School this morning for kids at 5:45, believe it or not, before they started final exam. So went home, took a little nap this afternoon. Hillary from the newspaper called me, and so I apologize. I'm a little wiped out. But in the meantime, I'd like to just share with you a couple of items. As a citizen in Leominster, and also as a city official, coming into the city in January in that capacity as an official. As we're all aware as a community, there have been some horrendous violations that have taken place against the city regarding water protection. And that, I mean some of the issues that took place regarding storage being leaked into the tributaries leading into the Knowltown Reservoir. I've also had the privilege of working with the city-wide City Pride Committee the past 5 years in an effort to try to do some work in the community regarding cleanup day. And this past year, along with last year, it just gets worse and worse as far as what's happening in the Watershed Protection District. Most likely because of the opportunity that prevails regarding illegal dumping that's actually taken place. We have issues up at Pierce Pond, which we're all aware of. Again, storage leaking into a tributary leading into that area. We have violations that have taken place throughout the city. We have areas where people pull permits to build literally quote-unquote bonds that have commercial buildings in watershed protection districts. We have a situation where there were over 11 unregistered motor vehicles on a piece of property in the watershed protection district. We recently have worked with a resident who has a business on Route 2. Part of it's in the city of Fitchburg and part of it's in the city of Leominster. And he's done a wonderful job once the building inspector went down there to try to get that area cleaned up. There were gas tanks right along the brook leading into the Pierce Pond area. So we've really worked hard, I think, as a community to try to take some proactive steps and measures, not to hurt people, but to help protect our environment. One of the things that I did last summer is I conducted some research on some of the existing laws that we have here in the city of Leominster, and also what we have in the Commonwealth as well regarding environmental protection of watershed protection districts. And I put together a piece that I thought made sense going back to an original zoning that we had for many years here in the city of Leominster. And those are the amendments that are actually before you this evening, the petition that's before you, the three-part that affects three different components of the actual zoning, rezoning that took place. And one of the things that happened was when I authored this, I very carefully spent a lot of time. I had some legal support from a friend of mine who's an attorney to help me take a look at it to make sure it was done properly, and I submitted it to the city council for consideration. When doing so, at that point, I was told by the city clerk, and unbeknown to me at the time, that I needed 10 registered voters. So in order to sign on, there's two routes we could take. One of them would be from the endorsement of the city council. We have two petitions before us right now looking for endorsement of an amendment. It's a little bit of a twist, but it gets away from the community and puts the onus on the politicians to do the right thing, or to at least consider it. Or the second thing is to go out and get 10 registered voters in the city of Leominster, as you're well aware. I took those measures to go out and to lobby 10 people. So you can know, for the record, your board member that left this evening is in no way connected to this petition as far as conflict of interest. And I think that's very clear to point out to you this evening. The Leominster Land Trust is a supporter of all issues regarding environmental protection around the watershed district, but I have not personally lobbied the board itself. Some of the members are involved and have taken pro-action steps in order to help push this project and this component back to where it used to be. But in the meantime, as far as this being an authored petition by the Leominster Land Trust, it is not. I am the author, and there are 9 co-authors that have actually signed on to it. What we're looking for as petitioners, and what I'm looking for as a city official, is to do nothing less than to bring back the integrity of the zoning. There was a change that took place, and as a result of that change, what we have actually done is we have actually encouraged development in the watershed protection district. One of the pieces that was a little bit off, I originally wanted to go after 5-acre zoning, but Mass General Law indicates 3. So when I wrote the petition, I left it open-ended. So therefore, I will ask the City Council to amend it when it comes before us for final action and disposition to go to the Mass General Law, which is 3 acres. So if I apologize for that, not being an attorney all the way through here, would have probably given me better guidance as far as that piece was concerned, but I apologize. There's a couple of pieces in here I'd like to bring to your attention. The first one is dealing with item 27-4 under section 2227. And if you bear with me for a moment, and I think it's important for the general audience and public to hear this as well, the ordinance states that no lot on which a building is located in any district shall be reduced or changed in size or shape so that the building or lot fails to comply with the lot area, frontage, setback,
yard or height provisions of the section applicable to the construction of the building on the lot, provided that the subsection shall not apply when a portion of the lot is taken or conveyed for a public purpose. In the rural residence and agriculture in Residence A and agriculture districts, no width dimensions on front yard, as defined in Article 1, Section 22-4, shall be less than the required lot frontage distance for the applicable district. Now, this is the killer. Provided, however, that this minimum front yard width requirement shall not apply to lots located within the water supply district. This lessens our ability to protect. We also deal with another piece in here regarding pork chop lots. And for the sake of moving on this evening, pork chop lots are a very creative way for builders and residential owners that are trying to extend into their properties an opportunity to build without adequate frontage. Pork chop lots are not allowed in any part of the city, but again, in the Water Protection District. The question is not really why do we do this. The point is, let's fix it. With everything that's happened in the city of Leominster, with the direction we're trying to take, the pro-action steps on the city council, every meeting we've been dealing with watershed petitions, small chunks of information and pieces to help protect our district. Can we somehow come to a common ground as a city, not as homeowners, not as people with personal interests, but as a city, and protect our watershed protection district? This has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with us here this evening. It is truly the legacy of water protection. And ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, when that land is gone, when that land is developed, it is over. There is no looking back. We can't tell the people who are supposed to put up a bond to take down the cinder block building with construction equipment. We can move cars that are unregistered. We can clean roofing materials and building materials that were disposed of illegally, but we can't take down developments. So I respectfully ask you for your greatest consideration in trying to just bring this back to what it was. That's all I'm asking through this petition. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else speaking in favor of this petition?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. My name is Peter Angelini, 783 West Street, Leominster. And Mr. Chairman, before I begin my brief presentation, I was hoping that I could hand out to the board members for their review at a later date. This is natural resource-based land use planning for watersheds, and it's a group out of the University of Connecticut who specifically addresses land use and water supply protection issues. They're nationally recognized, and their model is used nationally as well for guidance on these issues. I'd like to begin this evening by setting the record straight, if I may. Back when we were before the City Council's Legal Affairs Committee, we had an opportunity to speak in favor of this petition, and after we had our opportunity, the opponents had their opportunity to speak as well. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to rebut some of the things that were said by the opponents to this, and I feel it's really incumbent that I set the record straight in case these items are brought up after my presentation. The first myth that I think was brought up by one of the opponents was that there's no scientific evidence. No scientific evidence that 3-acre zoning is better for the water supply protection district than 2-acre zoning. Well, clearly, common sense dictates that less septic systems, less impervious surface, less lawn area with fertilizer and chemicals, less roof lines, is a betterment to the watershed. It's a betterment. There's absolutely no question. So I hope that clarifies that point that they made. Secondly, for some reason, some of the opponents tried to say that this is a Leominster Land Trust petition, of which I am the executive director, and that is not the case. Several board members did sign on to the petition. We certainly think it's a wonderful idea, but it's not a land trust petition, and one of the opponents said that the reason we're submitting this petition is because the land trust is out of money, and now we're trying to use zoning to somehow help take people's land away or something. Well, that's obviously not true. We just received a letter of thanks dated May 26 from the city clerk thanking us for a $300,000 gift to the city. And if this board remembers, about a month and a half ago, I was before you with an A&R plan where we purchased another 2 acres off of Hill Street in the Water Supply Protection District for permanent conservation. I'd just like to go back, if I could, to how did we get here? How did we get to 2-acre zoning in our water supply? How did we relax the zoning and the land use requirement in our most sensitive area of the city? Well, back in 2001, when Dr. Mullins was here, and I don't want to get into that whole issue, but I attended nearly all those hearings, and I recall distinctly standing at this podium pleading to the city council not to change the Water Supply Protection District requirements. I feel clearly that the people in this community, I am not an expert on the rest of the zoning issues that are affecting the city of Leominster, but I think I am very qualified to speak on behalf of Water Supply Protection District issues. And I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that it was a terrible mistake, and that I'm respectfully asking this board to rectify what I think was something that fell through the cracks. I don't think it was done intentionally, but I do believe it was an error. I think Councilor Marchand saved me a little time talking about the dimensional requirements in the submittal, a little bit about the frontage requirements, where the frontage requirements are waived on an accepted public way with a letter from the Board of Health on non-sewered lots. What this has done is encouraged development, and if our intention is the city, and I'm probably saying this facetiously, but with no disrespect to the board, but if our intention is to encourage development in the watershed, then perhaps we should change it to 1-acre zoning, and then we'll definitely have a land rush. But, so again, I think that we made a terrible error in judgment. It was one of those things, everyone was overwhelmed. It was a tremendous period in the city's history. There was we had sort of rezoned the entire city. We came up with a new zoning map. There were a lot of new issues being brought to your attention and the city council's attention at the time, and I think this one fell under the radar. But back prior to 2001, we had 1, 2, 3 zoning in the city of Leominster. If you were within 1,000 feet of a reservoir or a tributary thereto, you were in 3-acre zoning. If you were 2,000 feet from a reservoir or a tributary thereto, you were in 2-acre zoning, and 3,000 feet from a reservoir or a tributary thereto, 1-acre zoning. Unfortunately, those of us who are acutely aware of the Watershed Protection District map understand that the majority of the parcels fell within that 3-acre zone. Because I can show you tributaries on just about any piece of land that's in the water supply within 1,000 feet of a proposed dwelling. That's easy to do. As described in 310 CMR 10 DEP regulations, they identify tributaries to water supplies and reservoirs as outstanding resource waters. And the reason they have the special designation is because the tributaries to the water supply are just as important as the water supply itself, for obvious reasons. And I think that's never been more apparent than what we found at No Town, with the contamination of Shea Brook, which was feeding directly into our water supply. Therefore, you want to extend the protection to the tributaries as well as the surface water bodies. So, moving along, another point of misinformation, I think, was Attorney Pat Malone was here before the Legal Affairs Committee representing the Vashon family at this public hearing before the council. And he wrote a letter on behalf of the family, and I'm going to paraphrase, but The Vashons had no problem with 3-acre zoning. They're the largest land owner in the Water Supply Protection District. But they did have concerns about the little guy. And absolutely, we're all compassionate, and I think we all have those same concerns. But there's been some information that's been bandied about that's absolutely inaccurate. And I prefer to deal in facts. So, one of the folks that I think they were referring to, who I have a great deal of admiration and respect for, are the Powers that are here, Sharon and Larry, this evening. Fortunately for the city, they still run one of the last family farms in the city, and they're wonderful, wonderful folks. But someone had told them that a majority of the property on the May Street side was in the Water Supply Protection District, and they'd be significantly impacted. And I'd like to present to the board, if I could, again, I'm sorry, Mr. DiGiovanni. And if I could get the extras back. I have ortho photos with the Water Supply Protection District delineation, as well as a map showing the current open space, the Water Supply Protection District delineation, and this particular parcel of property. And the point that I will make, once everyone obtains a copy, thank you, sir. The point I'm trying to make, if you look at the property that is delineated with the dark black line, it consists of 32 acres. Approximately 9 acres, actually a little bit less, but for the purposes of this discussion, 9 acres is located within the Water Supply Protection District. And again, for the purposes of this conversation, the rest of the property located outside the Water Supply Protection District is subject to 1 acre zoning. So under the current zoning, not taking into account roadways or anything, just to make it really simple, you get 27 lots. Under the proposed zoning change, you get 26, a loss of 1 lot. And again, we're not, that obviously with roadway that would be a little different, but my point is simply that on the broader scale, it's, and again, it is an impact, and I'm sensitive to that. But it's not the type of impact that's been touted by some of the opponents of this petition. And again, I feel it's very important to deal in facts when you come before a planning board or a city council. I'll try to wrap my presentation up, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
In closing, I'd just like to say that we, as a city, have an opportunity to be proactive in our natural resource-based land use planning. And it's not a question of if someone's going to come into this board with a massive subdivision in the Water Supply Protection District. It's a question of when. A little less, probably about a year ago, we had a 50-lot subdivision before this very board. The Land Trust brought to your attention that the Water Supply Protection District boundary was inaccurately delineated on the plan, and it was rejected. But it's just a matter of time before we're going to see massive subdivision proposals in the water supply. And it's incumbent, I think, on all city officials and concerned residents to care and to try to change the zoning back to the way it was before the 2001 change. I think it will be beneficial for the entire community. It may affect a handful of residents, but it will be beneficial for the entire community. I know that, in closing, I'll also say that one of the other affected landowners, Mr. Tomarini, chairman of the Conservation Commission, said, and I'll paraphrase it, that he wanted just to build houses for his children. He has 3 children. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, please don't comment what somebody else has said.
Oh, I'm sorry. But anyway, if someone wants to build homes for their children on 3 homes, I don't think anyone has a problem with it. But I think at a point after that, you become a developer and not a landowner anymore. So I just like to separate development or developers from landowners and try to categorize them accurately. And I thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor? Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor? Do I have anyone that wishes to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Michael Pemerini. I reside at 931 Elm Street in Leominster. As a homeowner, I would just like to express my opposition to the petition. I believe a great deal of debate had transpired when the master plan was developed back in 2001. I think the current zoning ordinance is fine. I don't see any reason to fix it. Briefly, one comment, and then I'll sit down. The reason for the required road frontage to be lessened from 175 to 120 feet, contingent on the Board of Health approval, is to make sure that a septic system can fit on that lot, and that is the only reasoning for that. And I'd just like to go on record as being in opposition as a homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this petition?
Good evening. Larry Powers. My wife and I own Powers Farm, who he just mentioned us, of course, and you have the plan there. He says there's 27 potential lots there, but what he doesn't take into consideration is there's a 350-foot right-of-way for the power line that was taken out way back in the 30s, which wipes out, I don't know how many lots, I've never done it, but a lot of lots out of there. So there's probably only 10 lots in the whole farm. So if they take one lot away, that's not 1/3 basically, that's 1/10. That's a lot of money in my pocket, I think. But at any rate, and as far as this going back to 3 acres, yes, I was in 1987. That's when they changed it. Before that, it was 1 acre lots. And I guess I'm older than most people here, but that's the way it was always when I was growing up and when I was forever, till 87. As far as the petition goes, I pretty well got it figured that it's going to go through. But I think that this city has roughly, give or take, 45,000 people in it, and I don't think that I think that the city should reimburse people for their loss if there's a loss for certain people. I don't think it's fair for the city to benefit for everything at the loss of a very few people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Do I have anyone else?
My name is Sharon Powers, Larry's wife, and we do own Powers Farm on 50 Wachusett Street. And
Use the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Sharon Powers. Is that on? I
Yeah,
can't tell.
you have to get a little closer to it.
Okay,
or-
lean over.
Can we reset that for her, please?
Is it like this? Is that better?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's it.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sharon Powers. I'm married to Larry. We have Powers Farm on 50 Wachusett Street. Both of us were born and raised in the city of Leominster, and we've lived on the farm with our family for 23 years. Larry's family has, including our generation, has owned the farm for nearly 100 years. In the course of that time, they have done nothing to change the landscape of that area. The power lines were an easement that went through many years back, and for a very small reimbursement. It was for the good of the city, it was for the good of the area, and the Powers made the sacrifice for that, for the community. I think that, again, they're being asked to make another sacrifice. Obviously, we love the land, we intend to preserve it as much as possible. We enjoy what the Land Trust and the Conservation Commission has done for the area around the watershed, and I share a lot of their concerns around the types of pollution that have been spilling into our reservoir system. At the same time, I'm definitely convinced that anytime the whole community is committed to an action and a whole community will benefit from an action, then the whole community should be responsible for the cost of that action. And as my husband was trying to explain, there are not as many house lots, and I know that Mr. Angelini was not trying to deceive anyone, that in fact he was just trying to simplify the whole idea for us all. But in fact, with the easement, there are very few house lots on that property. And in taking and eliminating even one house lot, it's going to make a difference. My husband, as a farmer, has no pension. He has a very little Social Security. So the retirement that we've been considering our whole life there is the potential of that property. Hoping, of course, never to have to cash in on it. Because if we really had intention to do that, believe me, we could have had a higher standard of living for all these years, and we would have done it long ago. However, knowing that it's there for us and knowing that, if need be, we could sell some of that property and benefit from it, I think it's only fair that we be compensated for any losses, along with any other landowner. It is for the good of the whole city. So if it is for the good of the whole city, then shouldn't we all pay? Not just a small community of landowners. And I applaud the Vashons in their generosity in saying that they have no problem with the increased lot size. They are, in fact, a very large landowner and can, quite fortunately, absorb any loss. This loss would be much greater felt by us. And to be honest, Mr. Angelini has approached us and offered to take a look at the property via the land trust, and we certainly would be willing to consider that. However, I do think it's the responsibility of the city to compensate people if they're taking land. And that is basically what it amounts to when you eliminate one house lot from our property. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope the city planning board and the city council ultimately will do the fair and right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Do I have anyone else? Yes, sir. No? Okay. Do I have anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition?
Salvatore Amico, 1052 Mount Elam Road. I think I'm on the same boat as Sharon Powers is. I'm one of the small guys. I bought my land in Mount Elam Road about 40 years ago.
Could you please speak into the mic?
I bought my land, can you hear me now?
Yes.
About 40 years ago, and we've got about 60 acres there. I raised 5 children there, and I've been paying my taxes and hoping that someday I would cash in on it and I could retire. But the tax structure in Leominster is pretty rough. They're making it so now I'm in retiring age. I can't afford the taxes. I can't even sell it because of these stringent laws. Nobody mentioned here Title V. Title V is a good protection for your watershed. If you can't pass Title V, no matter if you got 10 acres, you're not going to be able to build on it. So Title V is pretty rough, and it's a good protection that we have now. I don't think you need anything else to protect your watershed. I've got a 25-year record of people trying to do something on my land. They've been very unsuccessful because of the rules that are in place now. Yes, you know, I like to keep the land the way it is. If the city would give me some incentive to keep the land the way it is, I was forced to go on Section 61 about 12 years ago because I just couldn't afford the taxes anymore. So they said, well, you know, you pay what, I think it was 5% of the total valuation, and I went for that. And now I found somebody that would like to buy my land to raise horses, and in order to take it out, I have to pay a fortune to get it out. That land, you know, I thought, I don't know if I was misled or what happened, but it just didn't work out for me. Now I've got, another thing too, one of my sons, he was going to build a house there about 10 years ago, and for him to build a house there, he was going to take most of my frontage. So if he would have built that house there, the land would be all landlocked and I couldn't even do anything with it in the back. So he says, Dad, I'll just go somewhere else. He says, don't worry about it. This is your nest egg. He says, later on, he says, you're gonna cash in on it. I just wanna go on record that I'm opposed to this, and I think you have all the protection you need to protect your land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Third and final time, do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition? Okay. Do I have anyone that wants to make any comment? Pro or con? Okay. At this time, a motion is in order. Do I have any discussion from board members at this time? Any questions? Okay.
Close the hearing.
Motion is in order to close the hearing. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Someone please get Mr. Ciccone back. Yeah, I'm waiting for Mr. Ciccone to come back.
What's smoking again? Terrible habit.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Tell him to put out that. I knew that. Come on, Sal. Okay. You please state you want them on with? Okay, 745 hearing. Public hearing from J. Whitney. Development, 90 Old Mill Road, limits a definitive subdivision plan, a nine-lot subdivision, Mainville Farms, located off Willard Street.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Hannigan with Hannigan Engineering. This is the first public hearing for this project. It's received preliminary subdivision approval, and we're now in the definitive subdivision stage. The roadway is proposed on the inside of a curve on Willard Street. It's a straight cul-de-sac going into the property. It does not require a waiver for its length. The waiver that we're requesting is the width of the pavement from 34 feet down to 28. We are providing sidewalks along the entire length of the cul-de-sac to its terminus. We're also providing sidewalks along the entire frontage of the property. for access along Willard Street. There are presently no sidewalks on Willard Street. We've placed these sidewalks within an easement actually on the fronts of the lots that are on Willard Street. And the purpose of that is we have utilities that can be running down those easements, as well as to be able to provide sight lines since we are inside of the curve. This was one of the focal points during the preliminary phase of the project to make sure we had enough sight distance in either direction at the intersection on Willard Street. Sewer is being provided through gravity sewer connection to the existing sewer that is in Willard Street. Water is being provided by connection to the existing water main, which is in Willard Street as well. And drainage is being provided through a closed system of catch basins and manholes, which drains down to an existing proposed detention basin, which will then connect to an existing pipe that falls under Willard Street at the entrance to Samoset Drive, which is part of the Castle Inn subdivision. We have received our comments back from the various departments at the last meeting, or after the last meeting, since we didn't have a quorum. We submitted directly to the board the comment response letter outlining all the different items that came up with respect to the comments from the fire department, police department, DPW, conservation, Board of Health, etc. The biggest part of the review was a review by the DPW, which they did a review of the drainage analysis and a review of the sight lines as well as and a review of the overall aspects of the site design and grading. We've made some changes to the original submittal, which basically dealt with the grading of the roadway with leveling areas to try to make them more appropriate for that particular development, and made some modifications to some of the drainage analysis which were requested by Mr. Roseberry down at the DPW. One of the primary issues regarding the drainage came with this existing culvert, which is shown at the entrance of Samoset Drive. What we've done is we've done our design to that culvert as the design point. And the purpose for that is that there is a proposed system of drainage which is has not been constructed yet on Samoset Drive, which this piping would connect to. We looked back at the Samoset Drive plans and found that that culvert is not shown on their plans. We found it during our survey. So that issue is really on Samoset's part to make sure that they're mitigating for that existing drainage that's coming onto their site. I presume that they are. We can, which would make it an easier connection, connect directly to their system, but we honestly don't know, quite frankly, when they're going to begin construction. So we've shown the design that if they never built their development, that our development would still work independently of theirs.
Okay, so you have agreements?
No.
Do you have agreements with them yet?
There's no agreements, and no agreements are necessary because of the fact that our system works independently of theirs.
Okay.
Okay. The development is a 9-house lot development. 8 of the lots will be accessing the new roadway. This additional lot, which has frontage on Willow Street, will have driveway access to Willow Street in the approximate location. This house, as well as all the houses, could be flipped one way or the other. With this sight line easement along this entire stretch, this driveway also has sight lines that are appropriate for a driveway for residential use. The grading has been set in such a way to direct the principal water towards the roadway, in which once again it will be collected in the on-site drainage system and diverted to the detention basin to pick up the peak rates of runoff. We are providing the required 20-foot open space buffer around the perimeter of the property, and I think with that I'll conclude my initial comments and turn it over to the board.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, I should also say that with me is Jim Whitney of J. Whitney Development.
Mr. Whitney, do you wish to say anything? Okay. Okay. Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak in favor of this petition, or this project? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this project?
Wayne Tate, 664 Willard Street. I live right next to the project, I just want to say. We bought this house for a reason, for the privacy, and it's just, we'd rather not see 9 houses there. I mean, across the street from us, and we're building another, the guys are building another 40 lots for elderly people, I believe.
Yeah, that hasn't come to this board.
Right, but I'm just saying, I mean, this whole street, I mean, each house on this street is, you know, very private. It has their own lots, enough space between each house. Now you want to build 9 more houses on this street. Down the street, you build another, what, another 40, whatever. I just can't. How many? 76 houses?
Oh, Castellan, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the street itself right now is narrow as it is. You know, I can't see them putting 9 more houses, plus another 76, another 40, there's another 9 off the street. This whole development, whole street is being overdeveloped. I mean, our privacy is just going right out the door with these houses everywhere. I just rather not see so many houses in this area. And if we
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Sure.
ask a que- So, are you right on Willard Street? I missed
Yeah,
your
right,
address.
right here. Right here.
Oh.
Okay.
Between me and the lady next door to us, I mean, we're just really upset with this. I mean, of all the land we have, I mean, it's just no more privacy anymore. The whole street is nice, it's private, everybody has their own lot. It's spaced out pretty much perfect for each house. Now you're just building and building and building, it's just going to be overrun.
What, can I ask, what do you see is it woods right now? Is it wooded area right now? Or is it open field? What's it?
It's somewhat wooded and open field.
There's an existing building on the property.
Right.
In this location here, which is, I believe, more of a commercial or...
It's commercial, yeah.
It's like an industrial building, commercial building.
Mr. Hannigan, do you know, and you can just take a guess, what's the distance from that existing building now to this gentleman's home, or at least his land?
It's pretty tough when the customer has to give you the scale.
From measuring, I'm presuming this is his driveway, so presuming his house is this location.
That's
here.
right, yeah, it's right, yeah, I scaled it, I
It's
know.
approximately 120 feet from, you know, from the back of this proposed house to where his property house is. I believe your house about 20 feet from the property line, is that about right? More or less?
I scaled it off, it was about, yeah, it was about 20.
Yeah,
it's almost 20.
And once again, there would be the required open space buffer along, along that property line.
Do you have a tree line along there now? Is that wooded or is that?
Not much at all,
Right.
a couple of lilac trees.
There would probably have to be some filler provided along that location as would be required, and there is some grading as you get up into in this area here. There is some grading required that we would have to mitigate, which is typical of subdivisions and typical of the subdivision controller in Leominster.
Okay, would you agree to put in some, I'd say deciduous trees in that area, intermixed, or let's say proper landscaping?
Well, according to the zoning, we have to provide a visual and sound barrier, either by plantings or by screening with fencing.
Right.
So that's something that you can not only ask for, you can require.
Right, but
I forget
are
how
you
much
planning
is
to
the buffer?
20 feet.
20 feet, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And so that would be, I would presume, potentially a combination of fencing and plantings, depending upon how the grading worked out in that particular location.
Do you have a plan, a landscape plan for that area?
No.
Can you provide one?
Yeah, we were planning on doing...
More of a buffer zone requirement.
Right, evergreens, whatever the evergreen requirement was.
For a buffer zone, okay.
Yeah.
Where they're real close,
And
I'm just wanted to be, just to get some detail on what you're
Just
planning
for
to put in the buffer
clarification,
zone.
I think that you don't want deciduous trees, you want evergreens.
Evergreens, right.
Yeah. So, and that's what the zoning says, and that's what we have on the plan as being required. So whatever is required by the zoning, that's what we provide. So I'm not sure if a landscaping plan would really provide more information than what would be provided in the zoning.
Sir, what's your name?
Wayne,
Your last name?
Tate.
Mr. Tate, I just wanted to explain something. If the developer complies with the city's subdivision control law, pretty much as a matter of right, he can put in this
I understand that, yeah.
And that's the reason I'm asking questions, but it's good that you're here, because we want to ensure, even though it's required, we may even make it a condition or emphasize the requirement that there should be a proper buffer, some kind of
Fence,
attractive
buffer, I
screening
mean, you know,
for-
something here just to separate, you know, I mean, I don't want that case throwing the ball, all of a sudden it's in my yard, you know, and then we're having problems with, you know, neighbors and...
And I don't know if you know Mr. Whitney, he's been before this board before, and I think if you picked up the phone and called him and asked him for, you know, asked him specific questions, I think he'd be more than cooperative. But I think it's good that you come here to do that, because it brings to our attention things that they're required to do, and we'll ensure that happens. I know it's unfortunate, because when you buy a piece of property, you see a nice piece of...
Right, and that's the whole reason we bought this piece of property, is, I mean...
Right.
It's so quiet, I mean, it's perfect. I mean, that's the reason we bought it.
Well, and maybe Mr. Whitney can sort of maintain that for you, now that he's heard your concerns and has seen you, so.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to speak for my next door neighbor, they're Korean, I don't want, they have a hard time speaking. Okay. Okay. Unless you want to say...
No.
You just talk to them.
Okay.
I cannot speak.
And are they in front of you? Are they the property?
Yeah, they're right. Yeah,
Okay.
they live roughly right here.
Their house sets back quite a bit.
Yeah, so roughly this house right here will affect them, it's like these two houses here will affect us. Okay?
We usually very quiet, but 9 house more coming, so.
Yes, I mean, it's just, the whole street's just being overrun with houses now. I mean, it's a nice street. I know.
Which is probably why the developers...
Right, I understand that, I mean, it's just, it's so quiet on the whole street. Now you want to build 40 houses, 76 down the street, another, I believe, 6 or 9. That's Benzi's doing, or I can't remember who's doing it, but...
Okay. Well, thank you very much, I appreciate your input. Did they want to make it? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just spoke to Mr. Whitney, and as I presume you would expect, he'd be willing to work that out with the neighbors, and even if you wanted to make that a condition of approval, that we cooperate with the neighbors and provide adequate screening within the zoning, but any additional care in that particular area that would be taken, we would sit down with the neighbors and potentially draft some landscaping specs for certain areas. I think that part of what we would need to do to help them out would be to actually locate their house and kind of see how it places, and it might be that, you know, by sliding a house up or down, you're able to affect them less, if you will.
Okay. So you're willing to do that and try to get something to locate to lessen the impact?
Yeah, the least amount of stuff I can take down in that area, I want to. I mean, there wasn't much there to begin with. The place was stripped down to nothing, probably.
Our lot line has lilacs, that's about it, so it's not much there.
Right, so I want to keep as much there as possible for the people that are moving in and yourselves. I mean, it just makes it better for both sides.
Okay.
What's the length of, Mr. Hannigan, what's the length of that cul-de-sac again?
I have to pull the plans out. I know it's less than 500.
It is less than 500.
It's less than 500. It's like, it might be 500.
Okay.
Okay. but I believe you have the plan. I didn't bring it to the set with you.
Actually, I got one more comment. Is the wetlands back there? I mean, that's something I heard. Wetlands.
There's no wetlands on the
Excuse me,
property.
sir, if you have a question, you have to...
Excuse me.
Yeah. Wetlands back there?
Okay, you please direct your questions this way. If there are in fact wetlands, we always make a condition on any project this size that would go to the Conservation Commission, and the Conservation Commission would then, they would specifically look at wetlands, and they would look at the conditions around the wetland area and what the impact would be to that area. So they could put a number of conditions on that land if in fact there was wetlands there.
Okay.
Okay?
Right,
In fact, the gentleman behind you is in fact the chairman of the Conservation Commission over here, Mr. Fiorina. So he's listening to you also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, I do not believe there are any areas within 100 feet of the project that are wetlands, but we will take a look at that as well.
Under conservation, it says there's no further action required,
Right.
but they're supposed to check on rare species habitat. That's what
Okay.
It says. It says the applicant is advised that there is a rare species habitat in this area. The applicant may wish to review the state atlas to verify that he is not within its boundaries.
Yeah, that location is actually across the street, near the Broad Meadow site, if you remember correctly. That's where we provided that buffer on the Broad Meadow subdivision.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't extend up into that, into this.
Okay.
The spotted turtle?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Arlene Offrey, and I live at 755 Willard Street. I would like to know what side of the street this is going to go on. Is it Groves, Farmer Groves property? So it's across the street where the barn was?
Where the old factory used to be, there's some kind of an industrial building up there on the left-hand side.
Block building there now?
Yeah. Okay. Originally, Mr. Mainville had applied for change of zoning to build, use that building for 4 apartments or condos, whatever. And they were not given permission to do so because that was industrial land.
Currently, since our new zoning has gone through, that land, as I understand it, is all zoned what we call residential A.
Yes.
And the residential A allows single-family homes, and is not industrial. Okay, ma'am?
Could you tell me how long ago that happened?
2001? Was it 2001 or was it?
It was the last.
No, I think that was prior. That had to be back in the 80s.
87.
Yeah. The zoning,
87.
through the chair, the zoning line is shown on the plan right here, where this is industrial and this is residence A.
Right. So the industrial is further on down the road. But that whole area there is, in fact, that area is residence A.
Well, I know that our side is residential A.
Correct. Correct. But that, you can see there's a dark line on that drawing, and I was just informed that that line is in fact the industrial line. So this project is in the residential A area, which requires a half-acre lots.
Well, I can understand how the gentleman feels about building. I have 76, or we have 76 houses going up beyond us. Their road will go right at the edge of our land. So that means that there's going to be traffic, traffic, and traffic.
I agree. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Hurdle. I reside at 653 Willard Street. I've been here since February of this year, so I'm a very new resident to Leominster. I really like the neighborhood, but one of the things that has concerned me ever since I moved in the winter, is the condition of Willard Street. It is a very narrow street. Sometimes it's difficult for two cars to pass as they're coming from opposite directions. Also, I've noticed that there are considerable sinkholes in the street. In fact, they just put up another cone today to warn people of a sinkhole. It's continuously, the pavement itself is difficult to drive upon. And there are other places where the road itself continues to sink with the settling of the ground that supports it. So there are several problems with Willard Street. One, it's very narrow. Two, it's the surface continues to be broken up and it's difficult to drive upon. I like to walk in the evenings, and I do walk right around the curve where this project is proposed. I refuse to walk on that side of the road because the visibility is so poor that I know if someone comes around the curve at 40 miles an hour, I will probably be hit. So I'm a little concerned about two driveways accessing onto Willard Street at that curve because of the visibility. I'm also very concerned with the fact that if this is a 9-house subdivision, that will add at least 18 cars. As we've been told, there's a 76 unit development being added almost across the street from this, which will add another 152 cars. There's usually 2 cars per unit. And with the new subdivision that's going on, that's also, I'm sorry, the 76 is farther down the street, but the one across the street that has not come to this council yet, but they're considering 40 units, is another 80 cars. In other words, we're talking about 250 additional cars on this very narrow, poorly maintained road. There are only 3 ways to access this area. There is the access at Highway 12, which we all know is a very hazardous intersection. There is the industrial road that comes across at Jeter, and there is the North Row Road access. This is the only way to get to these subdivisions. That means that over 250 cars will be routed on this poorly maintained road, and there has been no provision for handling this additional traffic. So I'm very concerned about the traffic issue. I'm also concerned about the drainage. Do you know what the elevation increments are for this plot of land?
Yes, there's a street topography that's on the grading meets the requirements of the subdivision regulations, and the detention basin and the drainage is all being addressed as well as part of this project.
Because I live on the opposite side of the street, and I know that all spring long, the water from the opposite side of my street, which was your homes, drained into my lot continuously all spring long. In fact, I have flora growing in my driveway because there was so much water pouring into my driveway all the time. So I'm a little concerned about how the drainage is going to be affected, the lots across the street from that. So that's the second concern that I have. We're not even sure when sewers are going in. Right now we're all on septic, we're all on wells in this area. To bring in all these extra homes without the support system of the septic and the sewer, that also concerns me a great deal. So I think that although this is prime developmental property, and I can understand why the developers want to develop here because it's a lovely place to live, I'm not sure that we have the support for the type of developments that are being proposed in the very near future.
Thank you, ma'am.
And may I add, that would make about 500 approximately children going to schools, which would mean that we would need new schools at Lake Somerset.
The average child per home, since all homes built since 1980, averages at 0.8, and that's the standard statistics that we use, and that's what we found. Yeah, just for your own general information, yeah, there would be some impact, but we have found that newer homes averaging across the whole area. Yeah, I guarantee there may be specific areas, but in general, it's 0.8 children. Could you please address some of those issues?
Absolutely. With respect to, well, I'll go over the plan first. With respect to some of the issues with respect to drainage, the drainage has been reviewed by the DPW, by John Roseberry, who is a civil engineer and registered land surveyor as well. And we've addressed, I believe, all the issues with that. There are a couple of issues, specifically, as I alluded to before, with respect to this culvert, and that's, I think, more of a coordination issue more than anything. But I believe this will actually take any flow that's going across the street, and it'll capture it within the drainage system, if you will. I'm trying not to block these people's view, but it'll pick up this is directing most of the water towards the roadway, and then it picks it up, and then it actually diverts it down in this location here, and it'll tie into the other drainage system across the street. So if anyone is getting flow across here, I know the woman that was talking lives here. She's having some problems from this location, but we're down in here, and this will actually help that out a little bit. It'll pick up some of the groundwater as well in those locations. With respect to the traffic, I and Jim both realize there is a significant amount of homes being built in this area and being proposed. The planning board has already reviewed those projects and required traffic analyses that is specifically on Castle Land to mitigate any impacts with the result of traffic, and those projects, I believe, are already approved. The other project that's in the area is the 9-lot Broad Meadow project, which the impact of 9 homes on compared to the 76 that was provided. The traffic reports, when they're done, they typically look at, I should say, what is the existing condition, what is the no build in 5 years, and what is the build in 5 years with the current, with the proposal that's on the table. And part of the no build and the build in 5 years takes into account other properties along the various roadways systems that you're working with that could also be developed. In other words, what would be the natural additional development you would get along the way. And that's where Broad Meadow fell into, and we believe, since this is the same size, same number of lots, that's where this would fall into as part of that no build, and no build within their analysis, within within Castle Land's analysis, as well as the build within 5 years. These additional homes would be part of that additional flow that is calculated within their review. With respect to sewer, we are tying into sewer. Sewer's in front of the property. There are some potential small issues. I believe the contractor has been notified. The contractor that put the sewer line is a very reputable contractor from Leominster. He's been here for as long as I can remember. And I believe that those issues are being addressed. We have actually already received our sewer extension permit from the city. That now has to go into DEP for final approval, but we received that today. So sewer is accepted by the city. We're already completed that process with them.
Excuse me, that sewer line, that goes all the way back to JTech Park, isn't that correct? Is that where that line runs? Or is that the one that runs out behind Castle Land?
No, this one runs back through to...
The gravity main back to Willard Street, back to JTech Park, is right in front of the...
Right, yeah.
Then it's a force main into Castle Land up to in front of this property.
Okay, let me try to clarify that a little bit.
Okay.
The gravity line's right here, right in front of our property right now. That drains down to where you're talking about in front of JTech Road, at the intersection of JTech Road and Willard Street.
So these people would be able to tie into that sewer line if they wanted to?
Correct.
Because that is gravity line.
Anyone from this location down.
Correct.
Okay. There's as you know, on Castle Land, it's proposed to have an internal gravity system, essentially, that'll then go to a pumping station, and that force main then comes up Samoset Drive and comes down Willard Street and will then tie into the existing manhole in that location there.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and that's already been designed and approved and is under construction.
Now, you'll have a gravity from that one house on the left-hand side to that manhole?
This gravity line, this house here will actually require, what we're doing is we're putting a grinder pump in the back of it, going
Okay.
across an easement to tie into the sewer main that comes through our property here.
Okay, fine. So you'll have for that one house, it'll have its own.
Correct.
It'll have it'll have its own system.
Yeah, just a
Okay.
small system, correct. And all the other houses will flow gravity into the sewer line that will connect to.
Understood.
They asked us, as part of their review, they had questions of the sewer line location in here and just being really tight with all the piping that's there between water, sewer, and drain. What we did was we relocated that and brought that into the easement that we set up for sight line and sidewalks, and then connected that to a location further down the line. They didn't want us to connect directly into the same manhole as the force main was coming into. They wanted some room for the flow to basically splash through, if you will, before we connected. So we made that adjustment as well. To get back about comments on the plan regarding the sight lines, yes, we acknowledge that. We discussed that during the preliminary process, and that's why we're providing this sidewalk, landscaping, and site distance easement in this location along the lot, in front of lot 9, in front of lot 2, and all the way in front of lot 1 as well, to address that issue, so that in forever there's going to be an easement there to the city can come in and maintain sightline areas for that roadway system.
Okay, thank you. And I think the only other question was the actual reconstruction of Willard Street. And
yeah, I believe that the widening of it was part of the Castellane approval, and that is part of the construction that they're doing with the installation of the sewer and the force main and the water, all the way down, I believe, to Jitech Road.
I believe that is the case. Right? I just wanted you to let these people know that plan is part of the Castellane, that they would be working on Willard Street.
And Mr. Whitney just informed me that the widening section of it has been at least laid out roughly. Obviously, they're going to have to come back and repair some of the areas that have sunk and have been displaced to the city's obviously standards that they'll be acceptable, and then they'll be, I presume, providing an overlay for that section of roadway as part of their final construction.
Okay. Also, I think the other question was the intersection of Willard and the Barletta property, which is the 77. There's a project up on Liggett Hill, and Mr. Pavenzi's project are all contributing to a new intersection of Willard and Route 12. So that's in the works. I don't have a plan for that at this time, because also the Walmart project on the other over it was also part of that project. They were going to contribute to it. So there was a number of people involved. That's in the plan. The state's involved, and so that is in the planning stages. But I'm not a betting man, so I'm not going to put any bets on when it's going to get done.
Can I?
I'd like to wrap this up if I could, but okay. Go ahead.
I'm a new resident, so in the Castle Land development, they're all going to be accessing back to Willard Street. There's no other access into this development. Do you know?
No. On Castellane, there's only one entrance. Well, there's two entrances, but it's all on
They're
Willard
both
Street.
on Willard Street.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have any?
Move to close the hearing.
One more second. Do I have anyone else that's interested? Get a question? Okay. I have do we have all the information? We've got all the departments here?
We have actually provided a letter with their comments and our response
and your
to their
comments. Okay. Thank you. I've got that.
Did he give us a
I just
copy?
wanted to make sure. You should have that.
Yeah,
right here.
it was, Brenda passed it out tonight.
Do I have any questions any other questions on this? Members, board members? Okay, hearing none. Go ahead, yes, miss.
I was calling the question, I just would like to vote on closing this.
Okay. I have a motion to closing this hearing? Yes.
I just wanted to make one clarification with respect to the water. The water is being also handled, I believe, by the whole group of people that are involved in upgrading that system. And one of the, excuse me, one of the conditions that are typically placed on subdivisions are that they would, this one in particular would be then subject to that one being up and running. I believe that we have domestic capacity in the existing water line, and the only thing we would have to do basically is run a flow test to find out whether we had enough capacity for fire protection. In lieu of doing that, or if there was not enough capacity for fire flow protection off the hydrant, we would probably go with the option of providing individual sprinkler systems within each of the homes for fire protection. The main point here is that what we don't want to have is the condition that this be tied to the construction or the completion of the construction of the JITEC pump station.
Okay. There are conditions here from the fire department, and that's exactly what they're asking for. You can build, but if you build, your requirement is that you have the
Fire
individual
protection.
sprinkle system.
Right. So that would be, we would be agreeable to that requirement from the fire department, but we just wanted to make it very clear regarding, we didn't want the condition to be attached to the completion of the construction of the JITEC pump station, since we have no control over that.
Correct. Okay. Okay, I have a motion.
I second Armin's motion.
A motion made and seconded to close this hearing. Do I have any further discussion? Here none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
For a 5-minute break.
Second.
5 minutes. I'm going to time it for 5
Time
minutes.
it, okay. Never mind. Paul, let's make
5-minute break.
Andy, would you make sure to lock the door, please, when you leave? Because I didn't bring my keys and Bayard's gone.
You're talking the door to the side?
Yeah, the
Yep.
door up here,
Not a
when you're
problem.
going out,
Not a
okay?
You called and it...
I got tied up and
Yeah.
then I went and played golf, so you played second fiddle.
Why didn't you call me? I would have gone too.
Oh, yeah, too bad I didn't.
up the pace now.
8.0, public hearing, city council petition 11404 for Joseph Gentili and Capabianco and Gentili, PC, on behalf of 10 registered voters. Amend Article 1 entitled General Regulations, Sections 22-4, the zoning ordinance by, zoning ordinance by deleting the definition of the term mixed-use development project, MUPD, and replacing with a new definition. Amend Article 2 entitled Use Regulations, Industrial Districts by deleting Section 22-24.2.5.1 in its entirety, and renumbering Sections 24.2.5.2 as a new Section 24.2.5.1. Amend Article 2, Section 22-23.4, entitled Commercial Districts, by deleting it in its entirety. Also amend Section 22-26, Table of Uses, Mixed-Use Development Project, by deleting words on site over 20 acres. Do I have a representative?
Mr. Chairman, I'm John Tater. I live at 249 Abbott Ave. I'm one of the petitioners. I'm here to introduce and speak in favor of this petition. I have a visual aid, and I also have some charts I'd like to give to the board.
Fine. Would somebody help him, please?
Yeah.
Why don't you move that easel a little bit to the right there, Mr. Tater? and that way you can reach it with your, there you go, right about there should be fine.
That's your right. That's your right.
Okay,
The other right.
to the left, my other right.
The
Oh,
other
I'm
right.
sorry about that. It's a long time since I've been in the military, so I'm doing the reverse. Okay.
Everything that's on here is on those sheets that you have.
Okay, fine.
As I said, I'm here before you tonight to both introduce and speak in favor of the petition against the mixed-use zoning code. This petition has been submitted to the City Council and was discussed with them on May 17th. In the past 8 months, a phenomenal 800,000 square feet of retail buildings has been approved. To put this in perspective, that's the equivalent of 20 football fields. And that doesn't include the acres of parking lots that accompany these buildings. All of this retail development has been done on land that is zoned for industrial use. All of the development has been enabled through changes made to the mixed-use zoning codes which went into effect January 2003. This loophole in our zoning has given the keys to our valuable land resources to large retail developers. This has created a retail land rush, which could continue until all remaining industrial land in the city is consumed. The loophole must be closed now. Here's a summary of the changes which provided a speed pass to the developers proposing retail projects on industrial zone land. The first column on the chart shows the definitions of mixed use prior to the changes in January 2003. As you can see, there were 4 uses there under the definitions of mixed use. After January 27th, that was expanded to double that number by splitting up the various components. Our proposal is to return to where this was before January 27th and total 4 use categories. I'm in favor of this amendment because it gives us the opportunity to correct a mistake before it's too late. It prohibits the mixed-use projects on industrial zone land that is greater than 20 acres. This eliminates the big mistakes which, in the opinion of many, have occurred in the past 8 months. This amendment doesn't eliminate mixed-use zoning. It restores the original concept of mixed use and provides a measure of flexibility for projects that are less than 20 acres. Retail and restaurants are combined as one use. Mixed use must have something besides retail and restaurants. Mixed use must have at least 2/3 for office or industrial. Mixed use requires a special permit to be issued by the City Council. These changes are not a radical departure from the spirit of mixed use zoning. They're consistent with those submitted earlier this year by the chairman of the Planning Board. The changes of January 2003 were a mistake that we can correct now. I'm in favor of this amendment because from a financial perspective there is very little return from these large retail projects. The sales tax generated goes to the state, not the city. The average residential tax bill will realize only marginal savings. The existing planned developments will yield only about $3 a year savings to the residential tax bills. These retail projects create an economic displacement phenomenon. In a fully served market like Leominster, the existing, in many cases locally owned businesses will be adversely affected. Current commercial properties, i.e. Sears Town, Water Tower, and others, will decline in value as the tenants leave, reducing the tax contribution to the town. Property values to the homes surrounding these projects will obviously decline in value, further eroding the tax base. These large retailers are creating low-paying, part-time transient jobs without the benefits of industrial jobs. Industrial development demands quality growth and quality of life. The citizens of Leominster demand good-paying, full-time, permanent jobs with adequate benefits. Discount retail cannot provide that. I'm also in favor of this amendment because I want growth in Leominster. Not growth for growth's sake, but quality growth. The right kind of growth that fits into a master plan for a vision for what we want Leominster to become. We need to resist the lure of the fast dollars and take a long view of where we want to see Leominster 1, 2, 3 decades from now. Growth is necessary to expand the tax base, but development must be carefully planned to maximize the return without compromising the character of the city. Some examples of poorly planned growth are Nashua and Framingham. Myself, I grew up in the Framingham area, and I can remember when the areas around Route 9, Route 30, and Speen Street were sparsely populated with industrial buildings, with places that people worked all day and had earned good wages. Now it's Mall City. They've even driven out the Carling Brewery, which in addition to providing good paying jobs, improved the quality of the water in the adjacent lake. The planning board has a tremendous responsibility to the community. The sheer volume of building projects that being proposed places a huge time and energy burden on you. As the technical experts, we rely on you to focus on the complexities of these project designs and gauge the impact created. It's not fair to ask you to also bear the burden of making the difficult decisions on issuing special permits for mixed-use projects. Let's place that responsibility with the City Council. They are the officials elected to represent the residents of Leominster and are accountable to the residents for the decisions they make. I'm in favor of this amendment because it's time to take the keys to our land resources from the large retail developers. Let's revoke the speed passes and stop this land rush before it's too late. I want to thank you for your consideration and urge you to send a favorable recommendation to the City Council.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this?
Yes, good evening. My name is Stan Tuttle, and I live at 60 Sycamore Drive. I, like Mr. Tater, am also in favor of changing this zoning bylaw. We've seen through the various reports and consultants' reports that Leominster is headed for runaway retail. I don't think this is what we're really looking for. We as residents of the area certainly don't want it in our neighborhoods. Yes, we are called NIMBYs because we don't want it in our backyard. And the sheer size and scale of some of these projects really is overdone for the residents. And I think that what we should do is to go back to what we were looking at, have industrial land as industrial, commercial land as commercial, and let's not mix the two by saying, okay, we'll have commercial, which is really runaway retail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Do I have anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Arthur DiGeronimo Jr. I reside at 294 Hill Street. I'm one of the signatories to the petition, and I'm in favor of asking the planning board to recommend the City Council the changes in our petition. Initially, we'd like to applaud the chair for at least attempting to bring this issue back to the fore in the public forum. Despite the fact that his petition was withdrawn, I think the chair of the board understands and knows that this is an issue or concern as we look forward to the future growth of our city. I would like to address some of the concerns that may be put forth opposed to our petition and our amendment. One of them is don't tinker with the zoning. We shouldn't tinker with it. The mayor's gone on record and said maybe we should have a full study for this. But I would argue that the mayor didn't ask for a full study when the use changes were made in 2003 and some of the other minor technical amendments. I would argue that the use definitions prior to 2003 were part and parcel of the entire mixed-use special permit mechanism that was put in place when the comprehensive rezoning was done for the city. Dr. Mullen was involved with that at the time, and I spoke with Dr. Mullen last summer, and he did not know that the use changes were changed in 2003, and I think all we're asking in our petition is to go back to what the original definitions were when the entire mixed-use provision, special permit provision was put in place back in 2001. I don't think that that's tinkering by asking to go back and put those definitions back as part of when the entire mixed-use provision was put in place. Secondly, just basically, we don't think this is a knee-jerk reaction. This is really a question, as Mr. Tater has said, regarding the future use of industrial land in this city. I think that some of the unexpected consequences of the mixed-use provisions in industrial land is how it affects existing industrial land and existing buildings on industrial land in this city, and we've had some examples as to what possibilities the mixed use could have for even the existing stock of industrial buildings and industrial land we have in this city. Third, some might say, well, this industrial land is never going to be used anyway, so we might as well use it for something. But people said that about 495, 30 years ago. And I think we have to take the look at the long run as to what we want for use for land in this city. And fourth, what we're asking in our petition is there'd be no special permits on sites over 20 acres, basically, but that does not prohibit an industrial landowner from looking for another use. It's called rezoning. And there are sufficient provisions in the zoning bylaws to allow anyone to petition the city council for a rezoning. So we don't see how any particular landowner would be adversely affected, because there are ways of relief if he feels that that particular landowner feels that there's a better use for their particular land. But in the long and short run, no matter who decides whether we should continue to have special permits for industrial sites over 20 acres and who grants those permits, I implore and ask the planning board to reconsider the definitions of the uses, because whoever makes the decisions on mixed uses in industrial lands has to deal with the definitions, and I would ask respectfully that we go back to the original definitions in the 2001 zoning provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiGiorno. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this? I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor?
My name is Alan Bernstein. I live at 68 Scenic Drive. I'd like to speak in favor of this petition. Right now, residents of Leominster are under tremendous assault. Doesn't matter what ward you live in. If you live along Route 12, watch out. Your land may very well be taken. If you live on the southern area of Leominster, where we're proposing retail being developed along Route 117, your way of life is threatened. Even people tonight who were talking about all the development on Willard Street, they are seeing a change in their way of life. And those of us in North Leominster are facing a development of major proportion. It appears as if every access road into Leominster has become a target for development. And that development, while we thought it would be industrial, and that's the way it's been for many years, has now been converted over into mixed use by a zoning change which is affecting our way of life and threatening the very open spaces that many of us were attracted to when we chose a place to live. Right now, the ratio of open space to development is becoming so unfavorable that I'm afraid in several years from now, we will have difficulty seeing greenery. We will not be able to see that which we depend upon for our lives. Contrary to the comments that have been made by a number of people that any development is better than no development, I would take issue with that. I think we need development that sustains a way of life for the people of Leominster, a development that affords people a livable wage. If we were to look in the newspaper and see what rental property costs, if we were to look and see the home prices, we would recognize that minimum wage jobs do not sustain the ability of a person to live in this community.
And I think that that is something that we need to take into account. I also believe that there's been a lot of rhetoric of late about the groups that are in favor of putting the zoning back to where it was. We're called special interest groups. I'm not a special interest group. I'm a resident of Leominster. I've lived here for more than half of my lifetime. And I feel that I have a right to speak out, and that doesn't make me a special interest group. I will bear no reward, no financial reward for my taking of a position, but I certainly will sustain a lifestyle that I would like to have, which is to drive on my streets, or the streets of my community, and not wonder, when will I be able to traverse this 1 mile distance? 15 or 20 minutes later, I get to the top of a street. That was my experience today on Lawrence Street, where it took me...
There was an accident on Prospect Street. That's what happened there.
Well, there may have been an accident on the street.
I was in the middle of it, too, so I know what you're talking about.
John, I understand that, but I'll tell you, if you go down Prospect Street and try and turn on Main Street, there doesn't have to be an accident. It's constant traffic. You just can't move. When I was working in Fitchburg, it would take me 20 minutes from King's Corner to Prospect Street. If you have the misfortune of driving down at 3:30 on Friday afternoon, be prepared to take a long journey, and I don't mean it's a far distance at all. I feel that we have to start thinking about Leominster in the long term. I concur, having lived out here so many years. I remember when 495 was a road that went through open fields. There was nothing there. I remember when 128 was barely developed. I-190 is a major highway. I-190 gives us access to all of New England and the rest of the country. Development's going to happen. It may take a couple of years for industrial development to occur here, but it will happen. And unfortunately, as we use up our land that was originally zoned industrial, and the people who bought the land knew it was industrial. I hear the arguments tonight that people should not be penalized as Leominster decides to have a larger lot requirement in the areas surrounding our watershed. I understand that. But the people who bought the land in some of the areas now that are seeking to use it for mixed zoning bought it. It was industrial. And now we're giving them the benefit of having access to other things. We're not hurting them.
Mr. Bernstein, it's really getting late, and I'd appreciate it if you would wrap this up.
I absolutely will.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to see the City Council, who are the elected representatives of this community, the individuals you vote for, be given the opportunity to determine whether or not mixed use will occur. I find it rather difficult to come here to a body that doesn't have to answer to me as a citizen of Leominster, a voter in Leominster. I would like to see the City Council be the final deciding body so that I, as a voter, and all the voters can seek redress. If we don't like their actions, we'll replace the people in office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this motion, this petition? Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this petition? Do I have anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to it? Do I have anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to this petition? Do I have a motion to close this hearing? Oh, members. Sorry about that. Do I have any members that wish to make any comment?
I just want to make sure I understand what the I just want to make sure I understand what the actual petition is proposing, if there's going to be any type of discussion about tonight. And I was wondering if some representative, I don't know if if the representative from Capabianco and Chantilly is here, that perhaps whoever authored it or someone who can speak on that behalf, so that I understand clearly what I'm voting on to recommend to the city council tonight. Attorney Capabianco?
Yes,
Okay,
Attorney Teresa.
Thank you. I just
want to make sure this is on.
Why don't you pull it, just take it off and hold it. Probably best bet for you.
The petition is to eliminate, and I'm going to just generalize, is to eliminate mixed-use development in industrial zones for areas over 20 acres. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's no elimination or proposal to eliminate mixed-use development under 20 acres.
That's correct.
Okay. And obviously, do you have, I mean, in the petition, unless it's specifically outlined in the petition itself, which I don't have in front of me, but on my agenda, it says by deleting the definition of mixed-use development project and replacing it with a new definition. Is there a proposed new definition, or are you suggesting that be left up to our city solicitor?
There is a proposed new definition.
I just haven't, if I've seen it, I just haven't seen it recently.
I have an extra copy of the petition
Okay.
that I can provide to you.
I don't think we have complete one.
And so if it's a proposal to eliminate mixed-use development for areas over 20 acres, obviously that would automatically eliminate, in my opinion, I think, would automatically eliminate the special permit process of areas over 1/3. It would be automatic, because that whole clause would be deleted.
Any project over 20 acres will be deleted from the zoning bylaws altogether.
Okay.
So there'd be no special permit process for anything over 20 acres. There's nothing to work with within the zoning ordinance after amendment.
Okay. All right, that's exactly what, and this helps me. I'll read this right now, the proposed definition. Thank you
Okay.
very much,
You're
Attorney
welcome.
Capabianco.
Okay. Do I have any other questions, members of the board? Okay, hearing none, motion is in order to close this hearing. Motion made, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, into old business. 4.1, Richard Healy, Foster Healy Real Estate, 300 Main Street, Fitchburg. Site plan for new construction at 50 Central Street. I understand we have some information on this. Are they still here?
Hearing's been continued?
No, but
Oh, wait a
we
minute.
have new information.
The hearing was continued, but they ran out to get something to eat.
Move the item up to...
We'll move to the end of the agenda when they show up.
Move to take,
4.1, yes, take 4.1 and move it to the bottom of the agenda. There's a motion in order to move 4.1 to the bottom of the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, 4.2, Richard Marchand, on behalf of 10 registered voters, amend Chapter 22 of the revised ordinances entitled zoning by amending Article 6, Section 22.41.5.4, water supply protection, use regulations, Article 2, dimensional regulations, Section 22.27.4, and Section 22.27.8, general requirements. Discussion, folks.
I can't talk.
No, you can't.
Close your eyes.
Okay. Do I have any, can I have some discussion?
Good ideas, anybody? I'm in favor of clean water. Move to be recommended to the city council that they approve Councilor Marchand's and 10 registered voters petition.
Okay. I have a motion made and seconded. This petition, in essence, I personally feel it's in good intent that there's some issues around that we could look at, and I think we probably should study as far as, now we have the information, as far as the frontage issues, and do we want to make this all inclusive of
You know, the frontage thing. And it was 3 acres before, and it was mysteriously changed to 2 acres during the last rezone out.
I think the reason
like
they
to
did
see it
that
go
is
back.
because they had
Yeah.
three, one house,
1, 2, and 3, and they
acre,
averaged them out, so
Yeah.
they said 2. But
which I thought was a reasonable thing, and I think a lot of good planning's
in light
going
of
on.
all that's happened with our water supply in the past year that has come to our attention, it makes good sense to do everything that we can, and this puts us up to the state limit on lot size in our water supply protection district. I just read an article that within 10 to 15 years, all of the major cities in the United States are going to be experiencing water shortages. Leominster already experiences water shortages with the population that we have during dry periods, and more and more people are coming online taking that water. It won't be long before we have no water unless we start to restrict the use of that water that's going into lawns and car washes and so forth.
Yeah, I don't think the 3 acres is very difficult. A lot of places, you know, in other zoning, which I wouldn't approve, have housing, you know, 3 acres of Residence A. I think in this area, it's still not going to deny the people the use of their land. And because I don't want to deprive that either, I think we have to consider that. And I guess, you know, the lot frontage, I have questions about because I don't understand why it could be less in a watershed area. If the Board of Health said it's all right, I don't understand that, so.
Very well put. All they were saying was that 2 acres has the capacity to fit a septic system on it.
Yeah, and I mean.
But there are other issues.
Yeah, and I don't understand it, so I'd like some more explanation on that.
We were also given this paperwork tonight on water, and I haven't had a chance to read
I
it.
haven't either.
Well, again, we're not the final say here. We're just giving a recommendation. It's the city council who has the say on this.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But I think we should give them an intelligent
I think so
input.
too. Yeah, I
Okay,
think that-
well,
yeah.
I gave you my input. You come up with an intelligent one now.
I'm not saying your input isn't intelligent. I'm just saying that we should look at the facts, that's all. Make sure we look at all sides. Do I have any other comments or questions? Carol?
No.
David?
I mean, I've looked at this and I still
Yeah.
don't feel I'm prepared to vote on it. I don't feel comfortable.
Okay.
You know, another thing I want to ask is, what is I didn't see any reference to pork chop
That's on
lots,
that
but that was
frontage
brought up.
notation. It's a footnote in the zoning table.
Oh, okay.
And
Because I don't like.
if you hold on a minute, I'll show it to you.
I thought we eliminated pork chop lots.
I would have passed it.
Okay. I think it's easier to, well,
Nothing's easy.
no, nothing is easy.
Eliminate that
Okay, I didn't read
footnote.
that.
Right here.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Where
read
they
that.
could go from 175 foot frontage down to 120 foot frontage.
A non-sewer lot, so why is that? Okay.
Okay, so, what's the page number?
I got it here. I already had it, but I just didn't look at it.
Okay, Mary? Okay.
That's what it would have looked like. That's what. Oh, you're using it.
Okay. I have a motion. We've had discussion, there doesn't seem to be too much discussion on this.
Oh.
Mary, you're all set now?
I'm all set now, yeah.
You're all set now? Okay, then the motion is in order. Do you want to recommend now?
I already did.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking for a second, I don't know.
Yeah, I second it.
Oh, did you? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I missed
So
your second.
that's why we're having the
Now
discussion.
you have the discussion,
Yeah.
we discussed it.
Yeah, I
I'm sorry.
figure you have to make the motion before you discuss.
Okay. Okay. I have motion made and seconded. I hadn't heard the second, that's why I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Made and seconded. The
We don't-
motion is to recommend.
Forcing anybody to vote one way or the other. You can
Right.
vote yes or no. but-
Yeah.
Right.
But why
Motion
don't we
is,
just vote and get it over with?
motion made and seconded to recommend to the city council adoption of this change. Is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
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 That's one aye and two noes. Let's see.
No.
No,
two and
two. It's tie.
2 to 2?
Yeah.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Motion passes.
I abstain for the record.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's only a recommendation to the city.
That's just a
Yeah.
recommendation to the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good night, folks. Thank you. Thank you. New business. Let's see, gosh. Oh, they put them to the end of the line. New business, Leominster Development Corporation, 100 Main Street, Leominster, Mass. Site plan for proposed townhouses for Rockwell Village. I think we
We close that.
Rockwell Village, is that continue for more information?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
That would continue for further, more information.
Very good.
Recommendation, city council petition one.
That wasn't continued.
That wasn't continued?
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
It
that,
was,
we told them that, oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
That was a density question?
Yes, they were gonna go to the city council for density.
Parking question? Was there
Right.
consideration being made of dropping 2 units so they could fit the correct amount of parking on there?
They were gonna restructure the parking, I thought, to possibly
Right.
handle the
I
parking.
don't think we gave them a blank check. I think we had some.
No, we
thinking.
did.
well, I
It was
thought we
also, well, it
decided
was under
the
residency.
parking was all right.
Tightly packed site. Maybe they don't, maybe they need more parking. There are a couple of less units there.
Well, we closed the hearing. Now we can make a recommendation to what we want on this.
Don't want to rubber stamp this.
No, I agree with you.
Did that before.
Right now, I agree with you that it's excessively dense.
Yes.
It's more than twice what's allowed on property,
Right.
like that.
But
And,
doesn't the city council decide that?
well, we can make we
You
take and we're making a recommendation. They'll have to take that recommendation to the city council. Now, if they want to change it and say these are further changes of the planning board, and then they can do that. Okay? So these are the recommendations that we have.
We asked them if they were elderly units and if they would be renting to people without automobiles who were looking for walking distance to town. They would make no commitments of any sort to any of this.
That's not a commitment. That is not, it's,
But they couldn't give us any kind of a say. So what that says to me is that that whole situation could become maximized, and it could be one to two cars per bedroom before you finished over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of cars.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No, I agree.
Bedroom.
It's a very
I
dense
also
site.
think we should take a stronger stand on public transportation, because I think in other places that the buses do come to this kind of housing, and, you know, if we want to encourage people doing that, and
walking instead of driving, it might help too, and a less amount of cars. But I think any way we can promote public transportation would be a plus.
We can promote it, Mary, but what I gathered from what I heard was that they didn't make a commitment as to who they would be renting to.
I can't hear you.
They wouldn't make a commitment as who they would be renting to. They wouldn't make a commitment if it was all 40B housing. You have 3-bedroom units in there.
Yeah, I know.
I'm kind of comparing in my head now. I'm just putting it up against Chapman Place with road, narrow roadways throughout, with one parking spot and one in the garage. Well, we don't even have a garage here, and
No.
we have nothing but parking issues in townhouse complexes like that, with no additional parking. And to say that there won't be 2 cars per household there.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
No, I know,
I'm
but
just saying that another way.
my feeling.
You're all gonna be over in Joseph's Jewelers parking lot.
There you go. Arthur Joe. And then,
Yeah, but then they might.
but the other
shop
thing
there.
too is they made references that they were gonna use the downtown area,
Yes.
for their shopping and everything else, which is a good thing, but they're not gonna get to the grocery store that way.
No, that's why I think even for some people, it would be
Yeah.
good to have public, but you still have a problem. But I think one of the big pluses is that it is in walking distance to the library, the city hall, and a lot of downtown areas, but, you still have a problem with cars because everybody wants to do
There's
it.
a problem, not enough parking spaces. Absolutely. Unless they wanna reduce the size of the units and change everything to 2-bedroom.
No,
I think
I
there's a
think we
requirement.
need
They've
3-bedroom.
recognized a requirement for the 3-bedroom.
Yeah.
And I think we know that is definitely what they want to do. I think the problem here is that they've over maximized a lot.
Yeah.
And I really think that they really should come back with a plan that is not as dense. And that's my feeling.
So
Because
that's
the
a
parking,
recommendation to the city
even if
council.
the parking is it's not sufficient, it's minimal at best, and it's twice what's allowed, more than twice
More than
what's allowed
twice, yeah.
by right. So
I like what
I don't
they're
have a
doing.
problem going over a little bit,
No.
and the site, if it's done right, I think could allow that. But I think what they're trying to do today is my personal feeling, could be worked out and could be a better site. I want it in that area.
I do too.
And I think but I think we
And
want to make
need
sure it's
this.
done properly.
You're right.
So as part of, we have any more discussion on this?
Armin, let's have one discussion, please.
Go to it.
So then I'm gonna make a recommendation, that the city council take a look at the density issues here.
No, I don't think they're even at that point. I think they're here before us. It's a site plan. If they want to go with that density, they have to get approval from the city council.
Right.
At this point, we're looking at the site plan, with my opinion, okay, what we're talking about strictly on the site plan that was given to us. Okay?
And not enough parking to satisfy the planning board.
That's what I wanna say.
That's what I move.
Okay.
Second.
Density is too great, not enough parking is my motion.
Is that gonna prejudice them from revising it, coming back?
No.
Oh, that's what we're looking
It's,
for.
it's only a site plan, so
Give them our opinion.
that's all the site plan is, an opinion.
Otherwise, we think it's a great
Yep.
great plan, a great idea, a great location.
Right. So the generalities, it's a good plan, basically a good plan, but it's a little too
Trying
dense.
to stuff too many sardines into that can.
Thank you, Armin. Okay. Okay. Oh, it will. It's a great spot, but it's just a little bit too much. Okay. Do I have a motion
And I
to?
seconded it.
Motion made and seconded to recommend denial, and that we request that they come back with a plan that is not as dense for that area. We'll let them determine what they think is a better plan. Okay, and the parking, and to address the parking issues. So I have a motion. Do I have a motion made and seconded?
Yep.
Any further discussion? Here none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, parking. Recommendation, City Council Petition 17404, Raymond T. Kelly, grant a special permit to place a trailer next to the fire damaged dwelling at 1024 Main Street.
Move to recommend approval.
Second.
Motion made and second to recommend approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Could you please make sure that this gets down to the City Council first thing in the morning so they can issue that? 5.3, recommendation, City Council Petition 12904, Tanco Corporation, Daniel Latanzio for Liberty Supply Incorporated, grant a special permit to construct a 12 by 50 silo pad to the rear of existing building at 195 Hamilton Street, located in the floodplain district.
Move to recommend approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to recommend approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. Could this one also get down to the City Council first thing in the morning? 5.4, Whitney Development. Okay. 50 Old Mill Road, Leominster, definitive subdivision plan, 9-lot subdivision, Mainville Farms, located off Willard Street. Discussion. There were a number of conditions from the
Department heads.
from the department heads. There were also some conditions from the original site plan that may apply. Do you have those?
The only waiver is the length of the roadway? The
No,
width of the roadway?
the width of the roadway. From 34 to 28.
But that's with sidewalks, right?
That's
With sidewalks, correct. And he's gonna put sidewalk on Willard Street,
As well.
which
That will help that woman
approximates
walking.
the reduced,
Well, that also gives you the site distance.
and it gives you the
Yes.
site distance, correct?
Part of the site distance package along with the easement, which they responded well to.
That was from DPW.
Okay, utilities. There are a number of conditions which we received from Mr. Hannigan in answer to the, we all received them from the different departments. One very vital concern was the fire department, and we did discuss that, is that if the JITEC, for some reason, that pump does not come online in time, that they will have to supply an in-house sprinkler system for each and every house. Okay? Leominster Fire Department does not have facilities to control a home fire up in there without city water. Adequate facilities, let's say.
Mr. Hannigan has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Hannigan.
I believe that also should be footnoted that unless adequate fire flow is found in the line that exists.
That is correct. It is if,
So even the line that's there is no good.
the current line is not sufficient. Well, it's under the jurisdiction of the fire department anyway. So the fire department has, right. So we had all of those conditions, and we had the original conditions. Do we have anything else on that one?
Are we putting this in part of the equation for the upgrade to the intersections?
It could be, if you wanted to. There is one other subdivision in the area which is approximately the same size, was not included. Okay? I don't know why, I just don't remember.
Is that, how long was that?
Probably because it was
That was
small,
Broad Meadow, that was, I think,
because it was so
probably a year
small.
ago. It may have been
Yeah,
before we got into the
Right.
finalization. What's that?
During the preliminary process, what was discussed was that we would check out whatever was required for Broad Meadow, and that would be required for this subdivision as well.
Right.
And since there was nothing required for Broad Meadow with respect to traffic, that would fall in the same category.
That was traffic, and then we're talking about traffic. Now we're talking about the water.
Well, we're talking about
No, the traffic.
the sharing of that intersection cost. This would be a very low percentage piece, right?
Yeah,
We're
that's what I'm
talking
saying, we're
about
talking about the traffic, right.
Right. Not the water. So, I mean, you know, into the equation that we've been using with the other developers.
It's done
On
proportionally,
Route
so
12,
it'd
it's
be
in
reasonable.
proportion to, and it might have gotten by in Broadmeadow because, you know, at that point in time, we weren't looking at the overall development that was happening down there.
Speak into the mic, please,
I don't
Sal.
think Bart's Farm was online at that point. Leggett Hill was still in the phase of not being approved yet. And then we put together, well, an algorithm was given to us to share equally in the cost of upgrading those locations. And it's proportionate to the houses. You know all about it, I'm sure you do. And Jim, I think that you had agreed in the past that if it ever came down to that you wouldn't mind, you know, your share of the burden.
Our discussions on the traffic part of it was that we were gonna follow the broad meadow because it wasn't included in there. On the pump station, I was gonna do my proportion on that part of it. But as far as the traffic, we were gonna follow whatever the broad meadow one was. That was the discussion through the whole preliminary stage, that I remember.
I'm just saying, I think it should be part of it. I don't think it's gonna be a huge burden because it's only 9 homes. But I think it should be part of it. I mean, you're talking,
Is there a number?
No, there isn't a number, there's a formula.
There's no number, but I have another suggestion that perhaps a trade-off for a waiver on the road width might be, in return, you could give the city some pothole filling along the back of the street. And I know you probably don't want to be out there yourself doing it, but how could that be worked out? Would you pay to have some potholes filled under the supervision of the DPW?
I think, no, Alvin, I think that's gonna be in process, because the Castleland is in production, they're doing it now. And they're gonna be tearing up that road, putting in the sewer line, and then widening that road.
Will they do that? 2 or 3 years from now?
I have no idea.
So he wants,
The bad spots of sinkholes that they got from construction, which they are fixing, they go up on a regular basis.
So they're watching those already. And who's that doing that, Castleland? Oh, okay. So they're already monitoring, they're looking at that. That's correct.
So
where are we?
So what are we gonna do, have people driving in potholes for the rest of the summer when you could just go out there and take care of them very easily?
Can't hear you.
I mean, that's not a lot to ask.
What was the conditions on that? That paper. Is,
Would go a long way with the neighbors, I think.
He said he's gonna just do it, he's gonna comply with the law.
Yeah. What's that?
I think the other question was on the, oh, I don't want to get off that one yet.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm done.
Let's stay on this one. I mean, we've been even, didn't we just do was Broadmeadow, was that the 13 homes?
That's 9
homes?
also.
Or was it, didn't we just do one for 13?
Yes, and they were-
14, and they were required to become part of it? So now we're looking at 9 and 9, which is 18. I just think it should be part of the equation. I don't think we're talking a great deal of money here, because when you look at the scope of the size of the projects going on down there, you have 400 units, 250 units, 75 units. I don't think we're talking a lot of money at all. I don't know what the formula is, Jim.
Yeah, I think that was one of the problems, was nobody really could figure it out because there was, no one knows when it's gonna happen. There's so many other things that are coming up that
Yeah.
I'd probably be done before some of the other ones are even.
That's probably true. So maybe we do a trade-off.
That's why we ended up keeping that out of it, just doing it with the water ones.
And I believe that was how Broad Meadow was worked out too, because of the fact that there was,
The time frames are much shorter.
I know the time frames, but maybe we put a little bit in an escrow. I just think we'd be remiss if we didn't require that from everybody that was building in that area.
What I have to show you that if it's conditioned this way and no one comes up with a number, then he's stuck without being able to move forward.
Oh, no, we can come up with a number.
Come up with a number.
I just don't have the formula with him.
We don't have it here
tonight.
tonight, but we can give you that figure tomorrow. With that, it's not going to be a great deal, Jim. It's
Because
not.
you're looking at 9 homes compared to about 500.
Well, more than that.
Probably more than that,
Actuality,
so-
400 units at Bart's, isn't it?
No, but, no, 340.
340 plus another 250 up the hill, plus
240.
Walmart, plus Willard Street, Castle Land. So we're looking at, you're probably looking at a 0.5%, and you're not looking at a great deal of cash here. I think it would be I think we'd have to condition that into it. It's not, it's all proportionate, so 9 homes out of the 1,000.
Looking at such a small amount, it's gonna be swallowed up in administrative costs.
Probably.
At least if you fill the potholes, you get something.
Well, I don't, if you fill in potholes and they keep coming up and tearing up the road, I don't care, you can fill the potholes. What do you want to do? Fill potholes?
Well, I think somebody's already doing that, so.
Yeah, I think that's true too. If Holman has to maintain it, he's filling potholes,
Correct.
right? So.
Well, it sure didn't sound it at the hearing tonight.
Well,
I'll drive up there myself.
I'll have to drive up there. Now, I'm with you.
I think they may be doing a little here and there, but it's probably some bad sections there that are more than potholes.
If that's a condition, I think, we'll go to the building inspector and make sure they enforce that they maintain that.
Right.
Okay? Or the DPW, I guess. Okay.
So we'll give you that tomorrow. It's not gonna be a great deal of money, but probably be equal to filling the potholes, if.
Or less.
Yeah, or less.
Okay.
But you could still fill the potholes for us.
Do I have any further discussion?
Good, excellent.
Okay, try to move this on. Do I have a motion?
Motion to, approve with the conditions as noted. We have them all written down.
Right, we got all these conditions
And
written
then,
down.
and plus the, participation in the traffic.
And proportional
Proportional
Correct.
participation, as noted in the, and we'll get that information to Mr. Whitney tomorrow.
The same percentage you use for
all the other building that's taking
that's
place on that
correct.
side of the city.
That's correct.
And I know it's already required in the subdivision control laws, but if special care can be taken in the buffer area where the abutting residents have concerns, and if the developer can cooperate with any specific concerns
That'd be a good thing.
after approval of the project.
Okay, one more condition I would like to add is that a temporary stop sign be erected during construction and enforced by the developer for all workers on the site, and that application be made for a permanent stop sign from the city council upon roadway acceptance.
That's good.
And Mr. Hannigan, you noted this in your comments, but apparently the fire department had some concerns about potential blasting. They recommended that the requirements for independent seismic monitoring may be the best way to protect it, and your answer was that you'll comply with all applicable laws. I don't know if independent seismic monitoring is a part of, I don't know what the laws are for blasting, but I'm just...
They would have to do that. Insurance requirement.
I know it's already in the comments, which are going to be incorporated, but it was something we didn't discuss.
Temporary stop
So
sign.
that's, is that your motion, Sal?
Yes.
I second it, with those conditions.
With the conditions. Motion made and seconded to approve J. Whitney Development with the conditions so stated. Any further discussion? Here none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. 5.5. Joseph Gentili, Capabianco and Gentili, PC, on behalf of 10 registered voters. Amend Article 1 entitled General Regulations, Section 22-4 of Zoning Ordinances by deleting the definition of the term Mixed-Use Development Project, MUPD, and replacing it with a new definition, amend Article 2 entitled Use Regulations, Industrial Districts, by deleting Section 22-24.2.5.1 in its entirety, and renumbering Section 24.2.5.2 as a new Section 24.2.5.1, amend Article 2, Section 22-23.4 entitled Commercial Districts by deleting its entirety, Also amend section 22-26, table of use, mixed-use development project by deleting the words on sites over 20 acres. What is your wish, folks?
I think this is a great idea, and it should be done on all industrial zone land which is not under current development or proposed development.
Yep.
Because otherwise, if we get into these proposed Walmart, Lowe's, Target, it's going to create a legal nightmare. Those areas should be left as they are, and all the remaining industrial land in the city should be brought back to where it was as proposed by this
The other
amendment.
industrial land has the infrastructure, so there's no
Right.
need for it.
I think what you're
That would
saying...
be my recommendation to the city council, and I think they're going to have to hammer that out.
This wouldn't be retroactive anyway. My understanding is if this is passed, it becomes effective the night that the city council approves it. So and it's not retroactive. And I don't think that's the proposal, and I don't think it can be.
No.
But I think it's well written, and and if the board is prepared to vote on this tonight, I would vote in favor of it as written, with the only recommendation, which I think is a given anyway, that it's submitted to the city solicitor to ensure its legality and also its practicality.
I'm kind of uncomfortable right now.
Well, okay. There is an issue here. As we know, there are illegal things happening in the courts. I've heard a number of different opinions, that there is no effect, that there is an effect. Okay? We went through a long series of hearings. There are projects in place. There was one that's in construction today, and there's one that's, needless to say, it's in limbo because of the what's going on. The reason, and all I'm giving you is the reason that I pulled my original petition, was that I was advised that there was a potential problem, and that if delays occurred, certain delays occurred, that there was a possibility that we'd be outside of the 3 years that you get for a special permit. And there was a question about the grandfathering of that. I've heard different opinions. I've heard an opinion that it doesn't affect it. I've heard another opinion saying that, yes, it doesn't affect it because the special permit hasn't been acted on yet, because it hasn't been approved, because it's in court. And so therefore the time clock hasn't started. So I've heard two different opinions, and I'm not sure which one to agree to.
I guess my thought is we're simply making a recommendation to the city council for them to make a final decision, and that's why my suggestion is that we recommend I would vote to recommend approval on the condition that it doesn't affect anything that's currently pending. That is to say, not only the current our approvals of the project, but the current litigation that's in effect as well. And that's why I suggested as well that it be referred to the city solicitor. And I believe that's the reason the city solicitor may have been there at the first hearing back a week ago Monday at the city council meeting. But my suggestion is simply is that we do recommend approval, and then on that condition that it doesn't affect anything that's currently pending, with that being our approval or the litigation that was filed by the opponents.
Well, I will second that.
I don't see how our recommendation tonight would really affect that based upon that. If we're told that it's going to, then if there's going to be some effect, whether positive or negative, as a result of it, then I think the city council can make their decision based upon that. But I think in theory, I think it's a well-written revision to the zoning.
Well, I just want to be very careful that nothing happens that is going to interfere with these developments, and I almost even wonder why we can't recommend denial, and then when this is all settled, we can come back with some kind of a petition. and do it then. I just don't want to risk the chance that, you know, these two developments.
I think if it's denied, you're gonna see an explosion of retail development in Leominster.
No, what would happen, I don't want to see that happen.
I think it would
And what
happen
I'm
within 2
saying
weeks
is that once we're sure
of denial.
that, you know, New England development, the way we want it done,
Could
and
happen today, Emmett.
No, not with this pending. As long as this is pending, it can't happen. As soon as it's
Okay.
denied,
didn't hear that.
I think,
explosion.
I agree with Armin.
Okay?
I think, I really don't, I don't know, I didn't speak to anyone about whether or not this would be, this would affect anything. I'm just going by my knowledge of the law, as the way it works with zoning amendments. My understanding is that it becomes effective when, I believe it becomes effective upon the evening of the approval by the city council.
By
I
the city
reviewed this
council,
last
that's
night.
right.
Yeah.
So I don't see how it can be retroactive. I really don't see how it can be retroactive in anything. That would certainly prejudice.
Well,
I mean, at one point, it was in effect. I mean, it was in effect, and I think,
what was in effect?
Well, no, I mean, there are a number of changes in here. Also, it takes out, it removes, one of the things that this does, it takes, and there was a lot of discussion about this, was whether the planning board should be involved in anything over 20 acres.
but it's eliminating 20 acres altogether, so
Well,
that
basically,
issue's moved.
Anything over?
you know, I mean, there would be no mixed use over 20 acres.
That's right. But then
Except on the ones that are already
that's
started.
the problem.
That, be clear on that.
And I
because-
don't think the petitioners, intent was to, and I'd like to think that the petitioner's intent was not to propose this to preclude any potential development
Well,
that's already been approved
Not
by
up
this
to
board.
us to interpret intent. It's
But it's
up
been
to us
future.
to see what it could do. And what it could do is it could damage what's underway.
Yes, and that's what I'm afraid of. And I would not want to recommend approval of this without the absolute assurance that it's not going to interfere with those going
And I
through.
think if we make that our recommendation with that condition, I think,
well,
if we deny it, the city council is still going to proceed with it. Certainly,
Well, they're
going
going to do whatever they want, so let's just
Yes.
give them a recommendation and
Yeah.
let them run with it.
Well, we give them a recommendation, the motion that I understand is on the floor, that we recommend that, but the condition is that it doesn't affect any current projects on the book. And that they make sure that there's a decision or something from the city solicitor,
yes.
and that it be verified.
So,
If you
is
could
that
just-
part of Carol's motion, or is that amendment to it?
Yeah, but I'd like to look out for one thing. If
I'm just trying to clarify it, so we, Carol might want to.
We may have to summarize this. It's
Right.
getting a little confusing.
the effective date, this is for cities. There's a difference between zoning amendments for towns and cities. And for cities, a zoning amendment may only be adopted by a 2/3 vote of all the members of the city council. Or the effective date of an amendment to the zoning ordinance shall be the date on which such amendment was voted upon.
But you know, with some of New England development is in litigation, I don't know what effect that has.
That's
Let's
why
let the
John
city
just
council
asked
take
the
care of that.
Well,
city
I
solicitor
guess,
to
yeah,
check
but
that.
as long
City
as it's-
solicitor.
Yeah.
Right,
As
that's
long as
part
it's
of it.
solid, but I just,
Because my intent, and people may disagree with my intent for
look, I'm
my...
not an attorney. I know what you're saying.
But, well, let me, the reason I am in favor of this is not because people are going to disagree with me, but the reason is, a lot of people think the original zoning, the way it was written, was a mistake. I don't necessarily think it was a mistake. I think that now our purpose has been sought. There were certain pieces of land that I believe in the long run that the city wanted to be developed from our meetings with Dr. Mullen back in 1999. And I think it's been met, and I think now there's going to be a flood of that beyond this, that I agree with members of the city council and the petitioners, that I think now what we have is more than enough.
Because that's what John was concerned about when he first came forward with this, but then he got problems. So I just want to make sure nothing's going to negatively affect New England development and the Scotty's development at Orchard Hill.
Good, well, that's what we're saying. That's what we're recommending.
And I give credibility to the petitioners, because they're not trying to eliminate mixed use totally. They just mixed use over 20 acres.
Which we, which we want.
So it's not eliminating mixed use in industrial zones altogether, and that's the reason why. And I think if we just simply make that recommendation for approval with that condition, that it doesn't affect.
Well, what I'm saying is we can't eliminate mixed use over 20 acres because it already exists. We have to leave it in place where it is.
Yeah.
And take the remaining industrial land and either go to the reduced mixed use or just go right back all the way to pure industrial on the remaining industrial land.
See, and that's the concern that I had, is you eliminate the mixed use you've now eliminated
You have to leave the existing mixed use in place for the existing projects which are underway and have already been approved. Because that's part of their structure. They need that zoning in order to exist in the financial community.
Yeah, no industrial would go in without this.
I think we're saying the same thing in just two different ways.
All right.
So that's my motion.
Okay.
Okay. Would you please? Yeah.
So the recommendation to City Council would be to eliminate all mixed-use industrial zoning in the city of Leominster on all industrial land except where the mixed-use projects are already underway.
And for only those
And to leave it in
over 20
place
acres.
for those. And to give all special permit granting authority to the City Council where it belongs.
They already have it. If you look in the revised, we checked. And
No,
it's
not
already-
on over 20.
Well, but over 20 is
Over
going to be
20 's
eliminated.
Yeah, it's going to be eliminated.
No, over 20, in my
Well, after this, it's going to be
proposal,
eliminated.
over 20 would remain in effect with the existing projects.
Yeah, but that's our, but
It's already
that,
been
yeah,
approved.
but we,
That's been approved.
yeah.
You have to keep it on the books.
You have to keep that on the books.
Well, I think we have so it can be Armin's motion. I'll second that motion. But my suggestion is that simply that the projects that are currently under approval are not affected, unless affected by the,
Okay, I've got to have one motion here.
Well,
But that's it.
Right.
Are you comfortable with that, Sharon? That motion?
If I'm comfortable with the motion, if the current projects are not affected.
Yeah, and that's me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to be very cautious of, that the current projects are not affected. So, new projects,
Yeah.
that's to remain to be seen. So, the way Armin put it, I think is accurate, that new projects, that we recommend approval, okay, that, as I understand what you're saying now, correct me if I'm wrong, new projects, but is only to affect areas that have not been, are not currently approved.
Right, correct.
Okay. Okay, is that right? So that's the motion. Do I have,
Second.
I have motion, I have made a second on that. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. 5.6, Mark Cody, P.O. Box 1607, Fitchburg, Mass. Special permit to construct a single-family home on Alder Drive, an unaccepted street. Discussion and action. This is the one we went to on that site
Yeah.
walk, and we looked at it, and we had some questions on the drainage.
Yeah,
And I think we got clarification on that. There he is.
But it's still showing a dry well down the road towards Mrs. Perillo's land, and I don't think we should be down there. I think we should be taking care of the drainage on the property owner's land, not on somebody else's land.
I thought we talked about that.
See what I mean? Well, this is what was sent out. Is there something new? See where they went down here? They're going off the far, so they down.
Yeah, in the package, there's a drainage or
So I'm not sure we can allow them to be off their land with their drainage.
There's two different things that are on there, if I could just clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there was the first request that was made by Mr. Racine on site, was he was concerned about the foundation drain and where the foundation drain would outlet.
Right, okay, where's that?
This pipe here is the foundation drain, but it's enclosed in a French drain for a recharge trench. So that's a recharge trench, not just a pipe with an outlet. It's a recharge trench that's 2 feet deep, because it needs to outlet at some point. And so we need to have it daylight, because there is no ability to have it if it doesn't daylight at some point. But that's within a recharge trench, and that's within Alder Drive. Then speaking with John Roseberry, which his concern was the increase due to the pavement, the proposed pavement within Alder Drive, he felt that this recharge trench here along the side, which is a recharge trench, that's not a drain, it's trying to pull the water out and discharge it down onto Mrs. Perillo's. That's a recharge trench along the entire length, which is shown here, which is 2 feet by 2 feet, rip-rap trench. And I provided the drainage calculations to show that the amount of runoff that would come off of
The only
this
thing
proposed...
is, Mrs. Perot's been in here a couple of times, and she's concerned about water down here, and you're directing all of it in her direction, and that's what's concerning me.
And if you also look at the drainage patterns across Mrs. Perillo's property, that goes down into the detention basin that was a part of the approval for Mr. Vivamore, which was approved by the Conservation Commission, of the detention basin that was built down in that area.
Okay, where is that?
So that water all goes in
Where's
that.
that coming? Where does that feed from? This far, from this one.
It feeds all across through here and ends up with the houses that were put down on this street here off of Evergreen.
Is that over, that surface?
That's that
or
drainage that goes, that's surface.
Surface?
Yeah, that's
drainage.
surface, and that's all surface drainage, and that's that wetland on Evergreen. There's a wetlands on Evergreen, and the detention basin that was constructed on Evergreen down here. And that's where that water goes. It doesn't head towards Mr. Perillo's home.
In the very beginning of the meeting.
Home is way up here.
Do you remember,
It's up gradient of
Matt
all of
Hurley?
it.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, why is that? It's on my side. I have no control over it. All I can, I'm just telling you, it's the width of these lots. So I have Mr. Vivamore.
Does it cross Alder?
No, Alder is back here. From Mr. Vivamore.
And how about, does conservation get in on this one too?
You requested that at the last hearing, and I got on their agenda for the 8th, but then after I received a letter from Mr. Taylor, I asked to be continued until the 13th.
All right.
So that I can incorporate any comments from the planning board prior to holding the public hearing with conservation.
Where is north here?
This is the detention basin and the wetlands that's down here on Evergreen. We're talking about...
Relocated wetland here? This is the new lot?
This is the new lot in this location here. It heads this way towards Evergreen.
So
where
this one goes this way?
Yep. Okay,
Existing?
let's have existing.
And this one goes...
Mrs. Perillo's home is quite a ways away, and there's a swale in between this project and Mrs. Perillo's. Mrs. Perillo's house is way up.
You don't need me.
No, I don't need if you look at this map here, Mrs. Perillo's home is up here off of Grant. And we're talking about being here, and this swale is in between.
When you say up, to me, that's down. She's downhill from there.
It goes down into the swale,
Yeah,
back up
then
to
back
Mrs.
up.
Perillo's house.
Okay. So down and then back up.
That's why all of this drainage heads in this direction towards Evergreen,
Okay.
which is what this is directing it down into that swale, which heads towards Evergreen.
Okay. So,
We're talking about being on this lot here,
okay.
and that's heading this way towards Evergreen.
That's here and here?
Yep.
And so Perillo's property line goes all the way to here, is that correct?
Correct.
You know, all the way out to here.
And her house is on Grant Street, and there's a swale in between, which is where that wetlands is that heads towards Evergreen. That's that swale that you walked down there, Ahmed. And the purpose of these is not to direct water towards her. These are recharge trenches.
Okay, well, I want to be sure she's been in here twice.
Yeah, that's something new to me. I wanted to start with.
That's all
Do
the
you
sort of
satisfied
stuff
with what
he's
he's doing, Ellen?
What a mess.
You're better at this than I am.
Look, you got
That
you
makes me
have a
have to
lot
leave. We're
across
gonna
the
have to be
street
without a planning director for
Right.
a couple months.
by the same developer that goes into the same replicated wetland. So why not go through your own path to get there rather than going through this lady's path who's in here concerned?
This was done by Mr. Vivamori. I have no control over Mr.
Well,
Vivamori.
wasn't he
This is
involved?
Cody's. No.
Didn't he sell that to Cody?
No. This
Huh?
is being
It's all
sold by...
different?
Yeah, it's all different. He sold to other people.
Okay.
Now, the one we approved on the other side of Danielle was from the same owners, but this is a separate owner that is not controlled by this. So I worked on this lot, and now this is another separate lot that's on over here off of Alden. But all of this
Now-
drainage does head down in that direction, I mean, towards
How
Evergreen.
about this drainage?
That's
This for this?
right,
correct?
but what this is a recharge trench.
Okay.
I took
How
all,
about
I
the
considered,
drainage of this land?
I considered all of the impervious area from this
That's
house.
only in this drain?
Yep, from this house, all of this pavement, I accounted for all of it, 6,300 square feet of impervious. And I accounted for the recharge of that in this trench, including the roof of the proposed home.
So you're bringing all the pavement and rooftop to Mrs. Perillo.
No,
You're bringing all of this road
No, I'm recharging it.
to,
This is
to
how-
Mrs. Perillo's groundwater.
that's where it goes now. But it really heads towards Evergreen, not towards Mrs. Perillo's home. Her home is up off of Grant.
Well, it's her land, though.
That's where the water goes.
Maybe,
I hope it doesn't. But that's where the water goes now. That's what I've done by the drainage calculations. I recharged that, so the rate at which it gets to Mrs. Perillo's land is reduced. I have not increased the rate or the amount to Mrs. Perillo's land.
So you're putting it back in, let me see if I understand it. Putting this back into the ground, all the water that was gonna be there to begin with anyway.
Correct.
Is that how it works? And this slows it down, and you say it's not changing anything?
It will not produce an increase in the rate or the volume of runoff to Mrs. Perillo's
Downstream,
home.
okay. All right, that's what I wanted to hear you certify under penalty of
Pains and perjury.
your
Pain.
future
Okay.
reputation.
Thank you. Let's move on. We're almost going to make the 11 o'clock hour.
All right.
Still got a bunch of stuff to go. Okay, on this one, Armin, I would say it'd be your motion. No. Okay. Will someone else make a motion on this? You want to make a... Do I have a motion? I have a motion made. Do I have a second to approve?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Do I have a discussion?
We already had all of our discussion, let's just vote.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of the other members would like to hear your discussion.
That's okay. They
Okay.
already did.
Well, I had to leave the room for a minute.
He's just opposed to the,
Okay.
Do you think there's going to be more?
I just
it's
think
going to
that,
affect the abutters land.
I just think that there's too much drainage taking place off of the property towards an abutter's land.
Is there a way to control this or contain it on the property?
Well, I don't, we've been through all of that. Why should we have to rehash that now?
I'm just asking.
Well, he's asking the question because he wasn't here.
Well, that was his choice not to be here. Let's not rehash it. The hour is late. Let's move on.
Okay, so be it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Abstain.
This is my only question. Was the drainage calculations approved by the DPW? Was there any issue from the DPW?
Has it been sent to the DPW?
I don't know if they've seen it.
Has the DPW seen this?
Yes, they have.
Yes, that, I just amend, if I can do it, this amend Mary's motion to approve on the condition that that the drainage calculations are approved by the Department of Public Works.
Ray Racine was there.
There you go.
Okay.
And approval of the Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
And approval of conservation. So the motion has been made and amended. Any Any further discussion? Here none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries. We have an A&R plan, Andy?
One lot divided into three. Do you want me to pass out plans?
Yeah, it's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. This is one that just came in.
Take care of the Foster Healy.
We didn't take care of Foster Healy.
Oh, why don't we,
Yeah.
this is only gonna take us a minute.
Is this straightforward?
Yeah,
Right.
it's three lots, broken down into three lots, one of which is a corner lot here. So they seem to be fine with their size of lots. Lot areas.
Any requirements? Frontage?
Frontage seems fine.
How much is the frontage?
Frontage, I believe they require is
80.
80,
80,
excuse me.
it's 80,
Okay,
this
and
is
this is the
108,
frontage that's
108.
here.
The frontage here, so.
Okay.
That's 300.
Yeah, the lot width is fine, everything is fine.
This is a, Clubhouse Drive is a private way, but public has a right of access?
Yes,
Yeah.
All right.
yes.
And same thing with Lincoln, it says
That
private.
is correct.
But it's public has a
I've
right of
been
access?
down both these roads,
Yep,
right.
so it's pretty straightforward, A&R.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A&R?
This
About,
is,
why don't we start instead of getting plinked away one lot at a time, why don't we get some subdivisions on these, in this area?
well, I mean, that's up to them, and we can't,
How many
Yeah,
lots
we
are
we
there?
can't deny
They
Three.
broke
No,
them
it's
into
an
three,
A&R,
Three
It's
lots.
lot 1A, 2A, and 3A.
If they can do it, they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's a good size lot right there.
I move to endorse.
Second.
motion made and seconded to endorse.
There's no conditions, they're all buildable lots and everything?
Where's
Yeah.
the public way?
Well, they're private, but the public has a right of access.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no public way though.
Well, you got Lake Shore. None of them, they're all private. The whole
Yeah,
thing in
but
Lake Samoset, that's all part of that
Wait, it's-
association.
On A&Rs, it's frontage on a public way or a way in which the public has a right of access.
But they still require a special permit
Right.
from us
Accepted street.
Yeah.
to build it, because it's an unaccepted street. Okay? I have a motion made and seconded. Do I have any discussion? Here and I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We'll go back to Mr. Healy. Are they here?
I think we have to do something. How did we read this? Don't we have to make a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Okay, all right, is that I make a,
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Healy's, on the hearing. We closed that, correct?
well, I think we can go under the agenda. Because we would you would read it, then we would say it was continued. So now you can say it, we can, right?
Yes.
It's under old business anyway.
Yeah, I have to open up 4.1. Right. Well, no, the hearing was continued, so I can't go to 4.1 without the hearing, reopening that hearing. Now, a maker of the motion to continue the hearing on the affirmative has to make the motion to reopen the hearing.
Open the hearing after everybody left, thinking it's gonna be.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
No, it's only public information. We can open public information. Yes.
Who made the motion?
And it's a meeting, it wasn't a hearing.
It's not to reopen it, it's because it's open, it just continued.
It's continued, right.
So I make a motion to readdress the public informational meeting
For Richard
for
Healy.
Richard Healy, Foster Healy Real Estate, 300 Main Street, Fitchburg, site plan for new construction at 50 Central Street, Leominster.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. The hearing is back open again, sir.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Hannigan with Hannigan Engineering. During your other deliberations this evening, we were able to meet with the abutter, Mr. and Mrs. Tossi, out in the hallway and come to a resolution which has been agreeable to both parties on how to resolve this. And one of the concerns that was raised was, why can't Mr. Tossi pull his building towards the front or add on to it? And his concern was that he's kind of locked in because of the way the property line falls with respect to the angle of his building, the angle of the property line. He really couldn't pull his building forward. Basically what was agreed upon was that we would realign the property line between the two properties so that the property line would run parallel to and basically 1 foot off of Mr. Tossi's building, which would allow him to, in the future, be able to pull his facade to to the street's frontage, so that the streetscape would then be consistent going down Central Street. I
Okay.
don't want to speak for the Tosses, but they are here, and they basically have agreed with doing that. Mr. Healy's agreed that upon him getting his approvals, he then gets the ownership of the land from the city, has to close on that piece, and at that point we'll come back with an A&R plan to cut that out and transfer that sliver of land from one owner to the other. That would allow Mr. Tossi in the future to bring his building to the streetscape and giving him the visibility he's looking for.
Okay.
Not that tall. Good evening, and thank you for your time and your reopening this meeting. Short and sweet. In the end, I think Mr. Healy and I will get along, and it'll work out in the end. And I think it's all going to be good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, that's good.
My intention to get along as well.
Okay.
Put a sign in your parking lot, it looks just like the municipal lot except for the pink.
Yeah.
Or whatever color you.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay, motion to close the public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public meeting. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Why don't we deal with 4.1?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Motion to
Motion
bring
to
4.1 back on the onto the agenda.
Motion to put 4.1 back on the agenda.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're back on 4.1. Richard Healy, Foster Healy Real Estate, 300 Main Street, Fitchburg. Site plan for new construction at 50 Central Street, Leominster. On this one, a motion, we've been in order that we recommend approval.
That's not recommend. It's approved.
For the site plan, with a condition.
Property line be parallel to the abutting building, 1 foot off.
And that after the conveyance of the property from the city to Mr. Healy.
Oh.
So you have to make sure that that doesn't affect,
That's right.
that conveyance.
Because he has to convey, not the city.
That's right, it's not the city, it's he has to convey it,
I like it.
So moved.
okay? That's the motion. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
It's a nice thing.
ZBA cases. Do you want to stay here for the ZBA cases? You can't get out of here.
Don't you miss them, Joe? Don't you want to hear a couple of them?
You get them.
Is one of these yours?
Bye and get out of here.
Are you the same Joseph Tossi? 85 Low Street, that's another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we can whip through these, I hope. Andy, why don't you take over?
Okay. Actually, due to scheduling, I didn't have a chance to draft the normal one, so I'm looking at them for the first time with you guys.
That's okay.
Applicant wishes to divide, case 8604, Daniel Consalvo, 141 Willow Street. Applicant wishes to divide an existing lot containing 15,630 square feet into 2 non-conforming lots. Parcel number 1 will contain an existing house and will have a lot area of 7,800 square feet. Parcel number 2 would have a lot area of 7,830 square feet, which will be used to construct a single-family home. Both lots will be non-conforming lots. Requiring lot area is 21,780. Parcel number 2 will also require a variance for lot width. Required lot width is 100, proposed is 85.5. The house located on lot 1 is non-conforming due to front setback violation. Required is 20 feet and existing is 9 feet.
I move to recommend denial.
Second.
You guys didn't want to see it.
Come on, this isn't even close.
One conforming
Your
to
words
two,
painted a
one
picture,
non-conforming to 2 non-conforming.
Absolutely, I hear you.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
No.
Recommended to deny.
Nice and easy. Okay.
Second one.
Okay, it looks like we're jumping right to case 9004. Route 2 Hyundai.
Oh, wait a minute, motion made and seconded to recommend denial. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay, case 9004, Route 2 Hyundai Incorporated, 707 North Main Street. Applicant wishes to use the land and current building located at 707 North Main Street for an automotive dealership. Special permit will be required from the Zoning Board of Appeals. This is an allowed use within a commercial zone, but does require a special permit.
Why?
Because it's an automobile dealership.
Do they automatically require
Yes.
special permits?
Furniture store?
Huh?
Yeah, the
That's
MCM is
commercial.
closing.
Why can't you do
MCM is closing.
Yeah,
so-
so that's.
Do we have a plan? All I got is this.
They gave us this
look
right
at the
here. They
table.
give a couple of,
What's going on there? That's
But isn't
computer,
that commercial?
computer renderings and stuff. Let's see if they give an overview lot plan.
map, I think so.
Yeah.
They give you enough of these.
This is nothing.
707, the old MCM?
Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
Well,
They just
That's
give
the
you.
building.
that's not too accurate.
Yeah, this is, all
Okay.
they gave us was like the
Okay.
indoor.
As far as I'm concerned,
Virtual look.
this map is inaccurate, and there's no way that we can make an intelligent decision. So therefore, at this time, the plan board makes no recommendation, would be
Due to
my
lack of
recommendation.
information.
Due to lack of information.
For-
And I think that it should be returned to the applicant for detailed,
Absolutely.
for detailed
Spell that
drawings.
out. Let's spell
Yep,
that out.
yeah, I'll draft it all up. Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
So no action taken at all on that.
No, no no action. We can't take an action
Right.
because we have insufficient
Insufficient
information.
That's fine.
Sufficient information.
And that should be returned to the applicant
No
for a site plan, or for at least a decent plan.
This is a big business. They should have something more sophisticated.
That should require a site plan approval. That Hyundai dealership is really doing well, and that particular.
Yeah. And this is gonna require a site plan and
That's a good point, Armin.
And we started that on a little piece of, if you remember, that's right.
requires a site plan approval.
We started it with a little piece.
They
Okay.
already have 20 cars parked in a snow storage area. They don't care about snow storage anymore.
No, okay.
Okay, got
Okay,
it.
motion made, motion introduced. Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
We need a.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. That also included a request for site plan approval.
Yep, I got that in there.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, case 9104, Joseph Delakii, Cleveland Street. Applicant wishes to create a building lot located on Cleveland Street, lot number 2. It will be a combination of 2 lots. A variance will be required from the Zoning Board of Appeals for lot area. Required lot area is 21,780 and proposed is 21,215.
Okay. Now, no, it's real close. Most of the other lots in that area, I was down there today, they're all smaller, but this, remember, this is the one that they just did.
Yes,
So, but he only paved 16 feet.
that's right.
So, this guy, because it's the second house, he's gonna have to pave this to at least 22.
Yeah.
Because the other house, there's gonna be a third house on that street.
So he had this in plans all the way along.
That's correct.
And he had that bond, he came in to release that bond.
No, this ain't,
Oh,
this is a different guy.
Yeah, this is
This-
Cleveland Street, but different guy. This
Cleveland
is
Street, but a
Delakii.
different
Okay,
guy.
so it's
That was
not
Bolak.
That was Bolak. So this
I
is,
remember.
so this guy is trying to piggyback on what Mr. Bolak did.
How many more lots back there after
One
this
more.
one? One more after this one?
So you see a plan on that?
No, I don't need,
Lots.
it was down there, looking at the pavement.
Right.
So there's one.
So
more.
the condition on this is that, again, he's gotta come back to us for the site plan.
Could
And because it's a special permit on unaccepted street anyway.
Right.
And that
Pavement.
that he's gonna have to take and increase the road width to at least 22 feet.
Now, when we make him do that, John,
We can ask him to
we
berm
had
it also.
Bolak go one side of the road to the other, all
That's
the way
correct.
down. Now, this guy, in essence, what we're doing now is we're creating that sliver that's gonna fall apart, right? Because it's only an extra 6 feet. So it's almost like saying you should be repaving that whole road all the way down again. You should be top coating that.
Well, I think,
You know what I'm
let's put this under the direction of the DPW.
Okay.
Okay, and then they can make a decision on how they wanna do it. I also think, I looked at that road and it should be bermed.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that'd also be a requirement that it be bermed.
A broad berm.
Did you say the site plan as well, John?
Yes.
Has to come back, okay.
Well, it's an unaccepted street anyway, so,
Right.
so he's gonna have to come back to us for site plan.
Okay.
And because he needs a special permit from the planning board.
Yep.
Because it's unaccepted street. So that's the motion. Any further discussion?
No.
Here now, a call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Careful about berms on narrow streets. They get broken.
Well, that's why I'm going to Cape Cod and make sure it's...
Backed
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
good shoulder, and it's a lot more complicated than just saying you like to have a berm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, case 9204, Stephen Salavardos, 1107 and 1113 Main Street.
Do we have a better drawing?
Than this, on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's given a couple of plans here. Applicant wishes to construct a single-family dwelling on lot number 3 as per plan submitted. A variance is required for lot frontage. Required frontage is 80 feet. Existing is 40.22.
Okay. I was out there today. Does he show the current garage and everything that's on there?
Let's take a look what he has.
Yeah, no. See, this is insufficient.
Let me take
I've
a
got to
look.
see something better than that.
Nope, and the only other thing he has is
These are
the,
existing homes?
Well, on this lot, I want to draw on here. On this lot right now, there's a big garage sitting right about in this area.
Got this too, John. That's about
Okay? And this is accessing from, these are all family members, all 3 of them. And he's coming through this one here, back into this big garage, which is already on this property. So we're not seeing a real site. Okay, the garage sits in here someplace. So we don't see it, we're seeing an empty lot, but really it's not an empty lot.
They're
There's a
not
large...
coming in on their frontage, they're coming in on an easement?
Yeah, the frontage is here. Well, right now the garage was built. I have no idea how the garage was built. Was it never came, no, I don't remember it.
They're breaking it into 3 lots.
No,
All they're doing is moving this lot line right here and moving this lot line from here to here to make these 2 complying lots. And then
I read it is that this is the old lot line.
Right.
And this is the new lot line.
Right, goes straight. The new lot line goes straight.
This.
Right.
So, in other words, they're breaking 2 lots into 3 lots.
Correct.
Right. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
See, this used to be the lots
This
here.
one and this one.
See, this was all one lot.
So now
But
1,
this
2,
should be an A&R.
3. But they get to this building by going up this driveway.
Well, maybe he wants the variance before he asks for the A&R. Because it's not gonna be a buildable lot, right?
No, because he doesn't have the frontage.
That's right, so he's asking for the variance first. He doesn't want, because he knows, because he probably knows, maybe, that if we endorse it as an A&R, we're gonna say, we have to put on the plan it's not a building lot. So he's
getting it.
putting
Yeah.
the cart before the horse, or putting the horse actually before the cart.
Yeah.
That too.
No.
Nothing to do.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's we're creating a non-conforming lot. I mean, it's a big lot, and it's going to be, the house is going to be back in here someplace. Like I said, there's already a garage.
So he
That's
wants
the
to tear that down, put up a house?
The garage doesn't look like it's more than a couple of years old. And it's a big one.
Where's he gonna, he hasn't got room to put the house.
Well, I know it's a big lot. It's 35,000 square feet.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So I don't know what the topography is. I didn't go way back there. I just sort of looked at it because I happen to be friendly with the people who live next door to him.
Well, he's not gonna have the frontage for that. Listen.
No, he's not going to have the frontage. He's 40 feet short. He's going to have to come up from here, so he's going to have to get a variance. He has to get a variance on that frontage.
Well, that's what he's doing.
That's what he's asking for.
Right, that's what he's asking.
But he hasn't got an A&R for this yet. So how can he get a variance on something that doesn't exist?
That's true.
Okay, well.
I mean, you can't. You have to go for you have to have something that exists.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And he's coming in with drawing this up, and at the same time saying he wants his variance, but then saying this. No, he can't do that.
No.
So he's
Because right now he has 2 buildings on 1 lot.
So he needs
That's
to submit
correct.
this plan to the planning board as an A&R plan.
First, he has to get his A&R, then he can go back for his variance.
Right.
Because we'll put the A&R, and then at the time we do the A&R, then we'll put it as a non-building lot. Then he has to go back to the ZBA for a variance on this frontage.
You're right, you're right.
Okay.
So I would move to defer a recommendation, and request the ZBA to return it back to, well, to request the petitioner return it back to us as an A&R plan, as a request for an A&R, before a variance can be issued.
What if they give them the variance without?
They can't.
I know they can't, but they couldn't, they can't.
No, I know.
You know what the
There are other things they can't
give
do
them a
that they've been
variance.
doing.
They give them a variance, that variance has to be recorded. Sean's absolutely right, because they're gonna have
I
a
know,
variance
I
to
know.
record it to the,
And it's
to
not gonna
file
be
it with the registry of
recordable.
deeds.
can't do
How
it.
is it gonna be recordable?
That's
They
not.
have, what are they gonna use as the
They
lot?
can't. They don't have the lot.
Petitioner to return plan to planning
You're gonna
board.
say
for
that
Requires-
Lot 1, Lot
Yeah.
2, and
No,
Lot 3 clearly
requires
labeled,
an
and
A&R
they can
prior to a variance.
You can do anything they
And you
want.
sure it wasn't before us at some point as an A&R? No, that's dated March 31st.
Yeah.
Variance would be on the 40-foot frontage.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. But that first you have to have the A&R to do that.
You have to have the lot.
You have to have the lot. You don't have the lot, doesn't exist today. So you can't give a variance to a lot that doesn't exist.
Okay, so,
I'm with you, I agree.
all right.
So did I make a motion?
So did we have that straight?
Yes.
Motion made and seconded.
Should have been sent here rather than to the Board of Appeals.
Well, that's
Kind of
right.
like the Lawrence, Harvard Street.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, case 9304, we got three more. Steve Pelletier, 1477 and 1483 Main Street. Okay, applicant has two projects on two existing houses on the same lot, pre-existing dwellings. House number 1477 will have a second floor added to the existing dwelling. A special permit will be required for a pre-existing non-conforming structure due to lot size, required 21,780. The project will also need a side yard setback variance. Required is 15 and existing is 3 feet and 7 feet. A variance will also be required for a rear setback. Required is 30 feet. Project number 2 on House 1483 will require a special permit for a pre-existing non-conforming structure due to lot size. 21,780 is required.
Okay.
Man, I gotta see a
So-
plan.
I also went here, okay? These, if you're right here, Armin, this is Whalum Lake. These
Oh,
are
they're
those,
that far
these are the little cottages that are right down on Whalum Lake. They're on, as you came down around the corner,
Yeah.
and just before you get to the lake, they're on the right.
That's
There's
still,
t-
that's
Yeah.
still in Leominster?
That's still Leominster.
So it's more than one building on a lot?
It has been for years, Armin.
Year-round or the, summer?
It's, look like they're year-round, Armin.
I think the year-round.
Yeah, I think they're year-round. But, I mean, it's, all it is they're putting a porch on here, and they're putting they're just a porch in the front of this one, which you're gonna have to grade out. I don't, over here,
And then a second floor on the other
where
one,
it shows the proposed street right here, this is nothing but, it'll never go through. I mean, it drops way down, and it goes right into the backyards, it dead ends.
I would say
So
that,
they're using, that's actually, that probably should, if somebody was smart, they would take get that abandoned and include it to their property. But they're all using it, they're not using it as a street, they're all using it as their lawn or their backyard.
I would say that, we don't have any problem with the porch, but if they're gonna add a second floor to that building, they better have a certified structural engineer, submit
Which one are they putting a second floor on?
certification that
I
the first
think it's
floor
this
that's
one
there is
here.
gonna hold it, because,
Those are wrong.
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Is that 18, I wouldn't put it, I would be opposed to putting a second floor on 1477. So 1477 is not,
You know what, that's an excuse to rebuild the whole house.
Yeah,
You know what, they put the second floor on, they start construction, and all of a sudden, they're building a new house.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't realize, see, from what I had, I didn't realize they were looking for a second floor.
Kind of a
Is that what it is?
Yes.
density already to begin with.
1477 is getting a second floor. 1483 is getting a new porch, is what it sounds like.
They're on one lot?
Yeah.
They share the same
Nowhere.
lot, too.
And is this one petition
Yes.
for one special permit and two variances?
You got it.
I'd be all right with putting the porch on the front over here, but to put a second story on that, no way, no how.
Be separately.
Yeah, I think they should have done it.
Well, the porch is phase one, as Andy always says, you know, and that's gonna get closed in, that's gonna become living space, so
Yeah.
I would be careful about phase two on this.
All right, well, can you split, this is all in one petition?
All on one,
That's,
and
that's,
this is
I don't think that's
lot
the
layout.
proper way to do it, because if we want to, if the ZBA wants to deny someone,
Well, it's written so confusing too, in how the denial's written up. I mean, the denial has so much stuff on here.
yeah, it should be written up all separately, but,
At this one here, with what he's saying, because I didn't have that before, when I just
Can I
looked
see it,
at it.
Andy?
Sure.
When I first looked at it, I thought they were
That's a
just,
denial,
from the
yeah.
drawing, it looked like they were just putting a porch on the front. But if they're putting a second floor and they're doing all that, there's no way, that's too much for that lot. It should be denied.
They're going into a major non-compliance here, from a non-conforming to a major non-compliance.
Right.
You don't mind having them fix it up? Do a
Well,
little
to tweak it,
fixing up?
because that's what it looked like from the drawing I had, that's all I had, that's what I thought they were doing. Until they start reading all of this, the background of it, there's no way.
It's just a way to get the first floor rebuilt. And
Right.
in essence, get a new house put on a lot
Yeah.
that already has a house.
In theory, by adding the second floor, they could be adding a third family to this property. That could mean 6 cars parked here without adequate parking.
Yeah, at this
Don't know
point,
any of those things.
I'd recommend denial on this one.
They're on the waterfront, they're probably gonna have a lot
Yep,
of, yeah.
because I can't take it in independent, I have to take this as an entirety, because it's given to us entirety.
So I make a motion to recommend denial.
Motion made and second to recommend denial. It's totally excessive for this lot.
Yeah, it's probably already built anyway.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
No.
Okay.
The next one is.
Okay.
Oh, no, not this one.
Okay, case 9504, Nancy Miller, 640 Willard Street.
Cul-de-sac off of Willard Street.
The denial.
This is on Willard Street.
Applicant wishes to subdivide an existing lot into 2 lots.
Connecting some of these cul-de-sacs.
Lot 1 will contain a pre-existing non-conforming structure due to, non-conforming structure. A variance will be required for a front setback violation, required 20, existing is 1.2.
Yeah, but that's all, okay, that's what is there right now. That's
Right.
the home that's there right now.
Right. Lot 2 will need variances for lot size and frontage. Required 21,780, proposed 16,886. Required frontage 80, and proposed narrows to less than 80 feet. A special permit from the city council will be required for residential use in an industrial zone.
I recommend denial.
Doing is connecting these.
I can't see this one.
Just
I mean, if they got a drawing of what they want to do?
I don't even need to
Yeah,
see
but
it.
John, I mean, let's move on. That's
I
not
know.
good. Just let's deny it.
Well, they got this right
Is
here.
that all in the same, once again, it's all in the same position? I guess that one can be on the same position.
That
Well,
one
that
can't.
one's, yeah, because,
They're gonna subdivide
they
it.
want to subdivide into 2 lots and then make, it's non-conforming just because it's too close to the road right now.
Right.
It's the front setback.
That's
the
what I got
non-conforming.
this now.
Well, now they're gonna make it more,
Gonna
well,
sell the
that
house
exists.
to one of these guys like was in here, said I
Right.
bought my house because it was beautiful.
That's right.
Now I have a 9-lot cul-de-sac
That's
in back
right.
of me.
That's
And
right.
it- So,
Oh, here's a proposed single-family
guy
home
that
back
moves in
here.
from New York or Boston's gonna be in here next year.
And it's
complaining about this
non-conforming.
Cul-de-sac.
Now, give me the size.
What's the solution?
No way. Because this one becomes a non-conforming lot, and this one.
Buyer beware.
No, forget it.
These people that complain like that,
No.
tell them, go talk to your broker that didn't tell you what you were getting into.
Yeah, but you know.
On this one here, yeah, it doesn't make sense, really.
Okay, so denial.
Recommend denial. The motion
So moved.
Motion is in order. All in favor? Any discussion? Hear none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
John, I just want to make sure on that, we're denying it based on, just, it's not working on the, like, the issues.
Yeah,
that we
you're
got with the
creating
lot.
two non-conforming lots,
Okay.
and then building on, you already have,
You already own
and then building on the non-conforming lot. You're creating your own hardship.
Yep, gotcha.
You can't do that.
That's right.
I mean, if it was to add an addition on
Saving
the
the
back,
back,
it's a
saving the back
non-conforming.
land for a 50-foot roadway with the radiuses, that's what the 85,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what the 115 feet is for there. That's 115 feet of frontage, what do they need?
You need 80.
They need 80 feet.
They need 80, well, they have 115, so why is that lot non-conforming?
Which one?
Because the house
Okay.
is the setback. Oh, this is,
Well, they're not creating 2 non-conforming lots.
Yeah, they are.
well, one of them's already non-conforming. The original lot, the house setback is right on the
The
road.
setback,
Right.
You can't get 21,000 square foot lots out of 35,000 square feet.
Yeah, and the way it's, the applicant wishes to subdivide an existing lot into 2 lots. Lot 1 will contain a pre-existing
lot 2
non-conforming
is 10
structure.
acres.
Variance will be
Oh,
required.
hey.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Where do you see this?
That was not what was read.
Right here. See, lot 1, lot 2.
But look at the picture.
Lot 1 is 38,000, lot 2 is right here, 10 acres.
So that's enough for 8 more houses. That's enough for 9 more houses up
What are you
there.
looking at?
This is locus. This is the land. Lot 1, lot 2. Lot 1, lot 2, 10 acres.
Greenland.
That isn't what you're reading.
No, that's a different piece. See, they're doing, Armin, you gotta look at this drawing here.
Thought you were up to Willard Street.
Yeah, no, they got this, look at this.
Let's see that one.
This lot 1, lot 2 is on this. See, what you're looking at here is, here's the current lot.
Give us
And
the wrong drawing.
This is lot 1, this is lot, she didn't give us a complete drawing. Take a look at that.
Thank you.
Sit there.
David, did you see this?
I'm seeing mine and I'm confused.
Yeah.
Oh, they want to break, they want to break
The
this lot,
35,000 up.
this one down into 2.
Yeah.
Oh, they really did a jagged line to do it. So
Yeah.
it's like this?
Exactly.
All right, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay? I didn't realize you had that.
LeBlanc.
No way.
This is LeBlanc. Remaining land of
Thank you for
Ivan
that
and
additional
Paula LeBlanc.
information.
Okay?
Ivan.
You got that?
Sorry.
Randy,
Almost.
I'm having heart pains.
So they really go, so they're really trying to make it 3 lots.
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we already voted on that one.
Okay, last one.
Before they built the cul-de-sac.
Okay, we're all set. The last one, 96, this one looks normal. Joe Tossi, 85 Low Street. Applicant wishes to construct a 24 by 4 farmer's porch to the front of the existing dwelling. Special permits required due to lot size, 21,780, 10,235.
But that's an existing
The
house.
house is
And-
existing, one.
Yeah.
House is existing, real straightforward.
The only
Porch
problem
right
is,
here, right
half-
off the front.
half of the porch is built.
I'm sure.
I recommend approval, I move to recommend approval.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's 25 feet back from the
Yeah.
property line and another 8 feet to the pavement, so it's, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's fine, it's not a problem. It's just that he already started the project. Well, what they did was they built this whole addition, and when they poured the concrete, they poured the front pad for the porch. Okay?
Thank you for the
I
help.
still got 30-foot setback.
All right, Sal.
So it's nothing illegal about a patio.
No.
Okay, director's report.
No, what about my
Oh, Sal.
6.8?
Make it quick.
It's real quick. The reason why, I mean, this has been on the thing for a while, real quick, short. Did we recommend a stipend for Andy's role?
On that.
We voted on that, but has anything happened on that from the
No, I
mayor's
talked
office
to the
yet?
mayor, and he has not, I'll talk to him again.
Yeah, that we should be on top of that one, and also, you know, for $400 a year. So I'm saying, when's the last time there's been a raise? Hasn't been one in 16 years. So I would like to request that we get something before the mayor, you know, to appropriate, you know, for a raise for the planning board. Damn it! It's been 16 years I've been on it, and there hasn't been a raise.
Okay?
And I'm gonna go on record as saying, you know, we request, you know, some type of audience or some type of adjustment because of the time we put into this as well.
Okay? That would be a motion, from Mr. Sec, we're in the budget process.
That'd be good. It's a perfect time then.
Okay? And that what I'm gonna do in this case is, I'm gonna make you a motion, to be directed to the mayor, through Mr. Taylor.
That's good.
There, because this week, he is sitting down with the mayor, he's sitting down with the city council with his budget. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how that works.
Me neither. It's my first go around, so we'll see how it goes.
So,
It's all right. Give
so
us
you
time.
might wanna, you might mention it to them.
Okay.
And at the same time, we'll write up something and send it to the mayor for a request. Okay?
I know we're not in it for the money, but I mean, let's get above a penny an hour.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay,
I want my retirement to be worth like $450 after 20 years, instead of the $380 I have in it now.
Now,
Well, you
see
get-
what I can do.
You got $30 more than me.
I know, I got an extra year.
After 11 o'clock, you get
Okay.
flight pay.
There you go.
Director's report. It seems like, we can vote on this, okay, but it seems like, why don't we make a motion to vote on hiring Mr. Flynn as the director for 3 years, and then I'll fill you in.
Okay.
I
So
thought
moved.
we already voted to hire.
Yeah, you know.
But not for 3 years.
So moved.
Oh, well,
I'll
why
be
are we-
opposed to that
why are
because
we
we've never
doing
had
the
a
3
contract
years?
before, and I'm opposed to that.
He tried to do a one-year contract.
Why
That's
is it
all right.
3 years, John?
That was a request of the mayor.
Yeah,
So,
you know why.
uh,
Doing all this for your
I withdraw
On
my...
a 3-year contract?
Mary didn't get one. She just, it was open.
It was an open contract.
you know-
But it's to the planning board anyway. In any case,
Right,
it's
I
through
withdraw
us.
I withdraw, I thought that was increasing from 1 to 3 years. I'm
No.
so I've made a mistake.
We've never had, I don't,
That's right.
I'd say we don't vote on it at all, because we've already voted to offer him the position, and I don't
Yes.
think it requires any other
And he's
vote.
already accepted the position and left his other position, and now we're trying to put a...
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, because we've,
Issues?
Well, are we trying to get
There are,
him to commit to 3 years?
okay, now, wait a minute, I can't, we're gonna have to go, we would have to go into executive session, we can't discuss it. Okay, now, if we wanna adjourn into another room someplace, then we
Nobody
can do that.
here. Should we
Yeah, but
close
the
the door?
cameras might...
Cameras might still be.